To chair the session, may I invite Professor Anjali Montero and Professor K.P. Shankar. They are former professors at the School of Media and Cultural Studies, Tata Institute of Social Sciences, Mumbai. Their documentary films, which have been screened worldwide, have won 33 national awards and international awards. A recurring theme in much of their work has been the problematization of notions of self and the other, of normality and deviance through the exploration of diverse narratives and rituals. May I also invite the panelists, Professor Padma Kumar, to take his seat. Professor Claudia, Professor Mohan Datta, Professor Sanjay Asthana, and Professor Sandeep Mupidi have already joined us online for the session. I now hand over the session to the chairs, who will introduce and invite the keynote speaker and the panelists for the session.
Good morning, friends. Welcome to the second day of this very exciting seminar. As has already been said, the theme for today, this morning, the first session is communication for social change and vulnerable communities. Yesterday's proceedings have problematized both the terms, whether it is communication for social change, the notions of social change, vulnerable communities. So it would be interesting to see how this session pans out and how our eminent speakers will bring to the board their own practice in terms of redefining these terms. But first of all, let me say that, I'm really delighted to be here. Because our association with Vinod goes back a long, long time, when he and Aparna first came back from the US and they were in Bombay. That's when we met them. And once he joined SN School, I think both SN School and the School of Media and Cultural Studies have had very strong links, and we have supported each other's work, whether it is, through, and basically been there for each other in very many different ways. I don't want to take up time because we are starting late. So it's really a great delight to be here, and we are always grateful to Vinod for always being there for us and for supporting us. And he's always been a very calm and sane voice whom one can go to when there are any issues. He really is someone who is a source of wise counsel. So thank you, Vinod, and I hand over to Jai Shankar.
Yeah, just we have known, as Anjali said, Vinod for over 3 decades and more than 3 decades, and we have always admired Vinod for the way he brings together academic scholarship and activism, and how he has kind of gone beyond the walls of the university to work with, and I'm sure that there's not a single radio community media organization in the country which has not benefited from Vinod's expertise and counsel. So I think we've always admired him. Probably we would like to be like him when we grow up.
So we will start with our keynote speaker, Professor Claudia Magallanes-Blanco, who is a professor in the Department of Humanities at Universidad Iberoamericana Puebla, Mexico, where she co-founded the master's degree in communication and social change. Her research is centered on the participatory evaluation and planning of indigenous and community media and communication projects. So welcome, Professor Claudia, and over to you.
Thank you very much for the invitation and the honor to honor Vinod. I think this is something that is very necessary to express to him, directly to you, Vinod, how much you have contributed not only in India, but in many other parts of the world. So my talk presentation today is actually connecting some of Vinod's work with my own work, with the provocation of this theme. I have a presentation that I cannot share because I am not enabled to share my screen. Is it possible that I can do it? Otherwise, you will just listen to me and I'll have the beautiful images in here. So this theme of communication for social change and vulnerable communities, it's very close to my heart. And indeed, okay, hold on. Now I can share my screen. So can you see my screen? Yeah, good. Okay. So from what I hear, I'm about to do something that you did yesterday, which is problematize the concepts that convene us for this conversation. And I want to start with problematizing the notion of vulnerable communities. And I begin by asking, when we're talking about vulnerable communities, I want to know, there we go. Oh, sorry. No. Who is made vulnerable by whom? When we're talking about vulnerable communities, we need to understand that vulnerability is not inherent to one particular group of peoples or populations. Vulnerability is the product of structural conditions that actually are imposed upon a certain group of people throughout time that create these conditions that lead to vulnerability. And one of the main issues that are connected with who is made vulnerable is the possession and the control of both the land and the resources. So there is, of course, within the structural conditions of the hegemonic, capitalist, modern, colonial, and patriarchal world system, there is a particular group of individuals and values that have or want to have the control of the land and all the resources considered exploitable resources and of all the people who inhabit those territories. Vulnerability is inherently connected to discrimination, racism, and oppression. People who are vulnerable, are always at the receiving end of the discrimination and racism and oppression. And some of the work of Vinod that deals with corruption historically, it's also connected or can be connected with these conditions that are necessary to make some people more vulnerable or vulnerable. One key word or buzzword that is connected to the historiography of communication for social change is development. Development has been used as a pretext to actually take control over those resources and those lands with the pretext of bringing development or bringing, technology and knowledge to these communities or these sectors that are normally considered as inferior. Development has been a valuable excuse to justify those oppressions. And normally it comes hand in hand with military cooperation and with aid to actually justify and pave the road for intervention. And I'm not even talking about the current world situation. I'm talking historically in Latin America, but we all can make the connections, So, of course, with this intervention, there's political and economic influence over the ruling elites who actually perpetuate the conditions, the structural conditions that keep a certain segment of the population as a vulnerable population. That also is leading or connecting with the industrialization processes, the extractivism of different resources that actually consider all elements in nature as usable and disposable, things that can be just used for the profit of certain groups. And of course, this leads to exploitation. And the discourse is that this improves production. And of course, the other side of the story is that the underdevelopment or the vulnerable conditions of certain people are actually due to their traditions, their culture, their poverty, and, because their fault, basically. And all of this is also connected with this notion of the epistemicide, the systematic elimination of traditional knowledges. Now, in this discussion of who is made vulnerable, media have a particular role in creating and perpetuating a notion, an ideology, a mindset that actually justifies and continues these conditions of oppression. So, of course, people who control the media are normally the people who control the means, who control the land, or who control the resources that have established a certain world system. So the media representations of certain groups continue to present them as either dangerous or savages or ignorant or poor. And of course, there is not a balanced report of reality. And media have actually played an important role in creating this notion of the aspirational whiteness. And I refer to whiteness as the concept of blanquitud developed by Bolívar Echeverría, who is particularly talking of whiteness as an ethos, not as an alleged color of skin, but the notion that comes with, the white Christian male Westerner who presents, as something that we should have because that is what development or what progress is. In this media ecosystem that we are currently experiencing, we have a lot of campaigns without context. We have a lot of information that is actually embedded within fake news, that we're actually looking for clicks and bites and to have something that has gone viral without even knowing exactly if it is actually a piece of newsworthy information or if it's a reflection of just one segmented part of reality. And the online world seems to have a logic of its own that sometimes is presented as disconnected with the, offline world. And in addition to this, actually, the exploitation of resources like valuable minerals to produce the different technologies that we're actually using right now. So I can be in my home in Mexico at 11 o'clock at night, the day before you actually, is one element that we rarely talk about, but it's a very important thing that all these technologies are technologies of dispossession that also keep making people vulnerable. So how do I connect, vulnerability or people who are made vulnerable with communication for social change? I want to go to a very basic definition that the Consortium for Communication and Social Change once used to say what is communication for social change. And more than what it is how it works, because this has a central concern for the culture and traditions of each community and respects local knowledge. It promotes respectful dialogue between experts or technicians and subjects and individuals. And I think since I want to really connect this with the work of Binod, one key aspect of the communication for social change has been the means to convey local knowledge and to convey traditions and to convey different aspects of the marginalized world for people to know. And community radio has been a key medium to do this. Of course, community radio is something that has to be thought of, and the work of Binod has actually put that to the forefront. That is not only the technology and the transmission of messages, but that these technological tools are actually the means to produce meaningful messages and to create environments where people can thrive. Because communication for social change and community radio, thinking of community radio for social change, focuses more on the process than actual product that has been produced, and is the product of this notion of dialogue and discussion, debate, participation, looking to or aspiring to achieve or contribute to achieving social justice, because it is really valuable to what is local, to the local traditions and customs and languages and needs, rather than just the normalized mass media messages. So what I have been doing for the past 20-something years within the field of media, within the field of communication for social change, is that I have worked on how do we assess, how do we evaluate projects that are mainly rooted in community radios, but in other forms of communication for social change. And I want to bring into this conversation a very interesting article by Vinod, where he develops this notion of intangible outcomes. I'm not sure if you're all familiar with it, but if you're not, I highly recommend that you read it, because this is actually Vinod's definition of the intangible outcomes, the somewhat impalpable, non-concrete, fluid consequences of directed social change brought about by certain conspicuous communication processes. In my 20 years of evaluating communication projects with a focus of social change, I have actually learned that those intangible outcomes become more relevant and significant than those quantitatively measurable outcomes that we need to create and present mainly to the funding bodies, who are the ones that actually want to have these very clear-cut, measures to say how many people were listening to a program or how many vaccines were put, which I'm not saying are not important, but are probably not as significant for the people who are actually living the experience of something within the project of communication for social change. So, as I said, I have worked with some organizations and some particular community radios for over 10 years doing evaluation of their projects. And what I have been able to see throughout this time is that, if we focus on the processes more than the products, we are able to actually map out and bring, a continuum of what has been going on. And this photo of this beautiful girl there doing something that one of the activities that we did for an evaluation is not casual, because I have been able to witness children who started working on a community radio and 10 years later are teenagers, or people who were teenagers are now adults. And they are actually the ones that provide the testament to these intangible outcomes, to those very important things. That's where we can actually say what change is happening, what is change, how is change perceived, and is normally not necessarily aligned with what, the big development bodies, organizations, or financial bodies that actually provide the means for those projects and for those media consider. I have learned that emotions, feelings have a very important role into actually making people connect with a project and keep it, sustain it throughout time. And the recognition of the individuals, and mainly the value of their local knowledge, knowing that what they do, what they have, and how they have done it is a valuable, important, and relevant way to do things, actually creates that connection that keeps, projects going throughout time. And I want to finish with bringing to the forefront Paulo Freire's ideas, some of the key ideas of his pedagogy of the oppressed, which is dialogue, love, empathy, hope, and humility. These would be evidently intangible outcomes. How can we measure love within a communication for social change project? But without love, that project wouldn't exist. Without hope, that project wouldn't keep, existing throughout time. Without empathy, the people would not be able to modify and change whatever they really want and need to change to bring about the conditions that they see fit for having a valuable and rich life. And of course, this requires a lot of dialogue and a lot of humility from us researchers when we approach these projects, to have this position, this epistemologic position of not knowing everything, but being willing to learn. And from this humility, I want to really thank you, Vinod, because your work has been very valuable for a lot of people throughout the world to know and understand many things connected with communication for social change. Congratulations on your retirement, and thank you for everything you have given us.
Thank you very much, Professor Claudia, for that thought-provoking speech of yours. I think we are running a little late, so maybe right at the end of, all the presentations, we can have a little time for discussion. But certainly there are so many points that you have raised that both, bring out, encapsulate your own work and, the way in which Professor Pavarala too has problematized these notions and the kind of, shift that has taken place in, evaluation research, which is really so important. We'll move on straight away to the panelists. I think Professor Mohan Datta has not joined us yet, so we'll go straight to Professor Sanjay Asthana, who is a professor at the School of Journalism and Strategic Media, College of Media and Entertainment, Middle Tennessee State University in the US. His research interests include heterodox cultural media and youth studies and global media discourse. His teaching interests span global media, qualitative research methods, communication technologies, visual communication, and media and cultural studies. So welcome, Professor Sanjay Asthana, and over to you.
Thank you. A quick, it's very late here, just like Claudia said, it's around 11 o'clock and we are, looking at an incoming winter storm tomorrow. So it's kind of, been a long day. First, let me begin by, I don't have a slideshow presentation like Claudia, but I do have, some thoughts here to, share with you all. First, I met Vinod maybe some 25, 30 years back at the University of Hyderabad, SN School. He had just come from Virginia Tech. He, joined as a visiting professor. I was a student of a master's program, and he came in and he started teaching us communication for development, communication and social change. I remember reading Susanta Gunatalike, Crippled Minds, Colonialism and Culture, Tariq Banuri, work economist who's writing about communication and other issues. So in a way, Vinod has been a formative influence, and I remember vividly that he was writing a lovely recommendation letter for me for a PhD program I was applying to at the University of Minnesota. And it was a very interesting phase in my life, beginning as a young student from the University of Hyderabad, moving to the University of Minnesota. So I would, in a way, in sense of gratitude and in a sense of like a colleague, he was my in many ways a mentor at the University of Hyderabad. So today, I speak briefly about two things. One, that I have researched quite a bit on the youth media education, youth media studies, done extensive research in the Middle East, particularly the Palestinian West Bank, Israeli inner city in Tel Aviv. We went and, I did fieldwork with some of those who were speaking Arabic and some English, some of them, who were, sort of part of the UNESCO. And UNICEF, and there was this United Nations Refugee Works Administration in the West Bank. So I'd done that and researched quite a bit in about 15 years. So working with low-income communities, low-income neighborhoods, squatter settlements in around the particularly the Middle East. Studied somewhat there, the way in which, sort of doing semi-ethnography in other regions of the world. Particularly, I had some work in this context of South Africa, Cape Town, Ghana, just outside of Accra. Communities, Christians and Muslims living together. I did some field work, particularly, looking at Oakland, California in the United States, radio being used by working class youth, particularly African American youth. So the idea of the marginal and marginalized communities. So what intrigued me about this idea of vulnerable communities, a couple of things that I would like to sort of, preface here. Vulnerable, if we all know that etymologically it comes from the Latin word vulnus, which is like a wound or wound in a kind of literal way. And then it also refers to pain and injury. But I found in my fieldwork that children, far from, yes, they were, in conflict zones and refugee camps, but they had a strong resilience in terms of, how to sort of, better their lives, and they were using low-end information technologies, working with the newspapers, working collaboratively, producing news stories about their lives. Some of them were doing photo essays. Obviously, with the UNICEF, human rights discourse of the UNICEF, that was quite popular, and a ton of NGOs working in the Middle East. I have found that it was interesting to see how young people, particularly children, were in interesting ways sort of redefining the idea of the vulnerable and kind of meek as a way in which is like a positive attribute, right? So I went there with a notion of a very grounded understanding of what's going on, a very gritty realism of children's lives in the conflict zones. And then subsequently, the last 5 years, I've been, moving into looking at environmentalism, environmental issues with regard to marginal communities, the effects of industrial toxins, chemicals, pollutions, in around bastis, as they were called. Basti, is an English designator for slums as bastis, but basti is more vivid, is a kind of dwelling where people live and make their lives and human habitations. Looking at the notion of slow violence, as Bob Nixon had once suggested, slow violence and the environments of the poor. So to me, the idea of the notion of vulnerable communities, communication and social change seems to be an interesting way to explain the broader set of ideas. I had been looking at the work recently of Giambattista Vico. Giambattista Vico is the guy who, the philosopher, philologist, whom, Edward Said and others, wrote about. But he has had a very fascinating account, provides a fascinating account of plebeians, particularly in the context of Rome, plebeians, poor people, and how the idea of the poor who were living around in Italy during those days, were sort of in some ways sort of forced to sort of have kind of a live in a kind of a vernacular context, local knowledges that Claudia just mentioned. To me, the idea of the local, the idea of the vernacular is the space where you find where we as scholars tend to gravitate towards the idea of the vulnerable. But vulnerable to me is a concept that needs more refinement. It requires a broader context, because in the context of in Telangana, I did some fieldwork last couple of years, just after the COVID, as part of my US Fulbright scholarship. And I found that people living in the bastis in old city of Hyderabad, people living on the fringes, on the particularly peri-urban fringes in the settlements, informal settlements, had a very different understanding of what it means to be vulnerable. It's a negative way in which people in the scholars and others have used it as a normative category. But for me, it needs a more broader refinement, and looking at the concepts that we seem to, like idea of social change, for instance, social change for whom and for what. Idea of civic, idea of civility, civic. It's, people like Amitabh Bhaviskar and others have written about civility as, as an idea that is kind of normatively grounded in a middle class ethos, which elites tend to, sort of, deploy to understand the social realities of poor people, marginalized communities. So that is where I think we need a more broader understanding of the vulnerable, the notion of vulnerable. And I would, a couple of remarks, and I will just quickly, close here, because I didn't want to, get deeper into but I'm happy to share some other insights about how to sort of conceptually rework. One with Vico's notion of plebeians and the philology, vernacular philology, Gramsci's idea of the immediate particulars, the idea of the praxis philosophy that he has sort of expounded in his work. Typically in the communication studies and social theory, social sciences, people use terms like hegemony and passive revolution and common sense in a very kind of a normative way. But if you go deeper into it, you would see that Gramsci was a Sardinian. He was speaking a certain language, which is an Italian language, which is not the language of the elites, but it's a language that was grounded in Sardinia, which is south of Italy. Similarly, people in the old city neighborhoods, people who live in the refugee camps in the Middle East, don't really understand the way in which the normative concepts like civil, human rights, justice, all of those that operate at a normative level are unable to grasp the gritty realism, gritty realities of these people, communities. So I think the context in which Vinod's work has sort of developed over the years, and his recent attempt at non-tangible outcomes, non-tangible ways in which to really come to grips with the concept itself, I think would be a productive way to push forth and look at other ideas. I think I'll just stop there. It's been a long day, and I just wanted to share some thoughts. But I'm really grateful to be a part of where Vinod started his career at the University of Hyderabad's Sarojini Naidu School, Golden Threshold, where I did my MA and MPhil in philosophy subsequently, and then I've left for the US. And it was his I would say, recommendation letter, and more importantly, the 2 years of study that I did with him at that particular juncture has sort of made me what I am today. So it's a formative influence for me, and I really appreciate. And it's been an honor, to work alongside and to share insights and chat and talk on various occasions with Vinod. So with that, I just conclude. Thank you.
Thank you for that wonderful, insightful presentation. We move on to the next speaker, Professor Sandeep. Oh, we are the. I'm sorry, I thought. Okay, we are Professor Anjali Montero and Jayashankar. We'll move on to our presentation.
We've already been introduced.
Thank you. Yeah. I may not move up there. Okay. So. Good morning, and what we're going to say are fiercely tentative ideas, which has been probably spoken about much more eloquently by speakers before us and presenters yesterday. So quickly, because we don't have much time, I'm going to read out what we've written. So as filmmakers and researchers who have worked with communities for over 4 decades, we would like to share some tentative insights that have emerged from our engagement with in the field, and have changed the way we approach notions of communication for social change and vulnerable communities. One key learning from our practice is a need to be critical of our own positionality and gaze, which many speakers spoke about, which shapes our discourse and our representation of the communities we work with. This was brought home to us in 1997. We have written this several times before, so they are not new to some of you. This was brought home to us in 1997 when we were working with prisoner poets in Hyderabad Central Prison, Pune. Harrison, a Nigerian poet who figures in the film, asked us a very startling question. He asked us, "Do you think you're free?" He went on to say, "It's a matter of the size of the prison. We live in small prisons and you live in slightly larger ones." This formulation by Harrison made us sharply aware of both the commonalities as well as differences from a community that has been stigmatized and made invisible by society and its social codes, kind of bringing to for the whole dividing practice at work here between the normal and the deviant. At one level, all of us are placed in networks of power informed by class, caste, race, and gender. Harrison's words made us acutely aware of our privileges. and how these might shape the narratives that we create. It kind of nudged us to shift gears from a focus on their vulnerability, which bears the seeds of othering and dividing practice, to a focus on our own privileges. And how they shape our relationship and our discourse was something that was brought home to us very, very significantly. It also drew us towards a creative collaboration with our subjects in whatever way it's possible. That's something that has informed our work all throughout. A collaboration that's sought to question many of the prevalent stereotypes about prisoners and prisons.
The second learning from our journeys with our subjects concerns the politics of knowledge. We are reminded of a story that we first heard from our friend, the late P.V. Satish, who is no more, and whom we, in fact, first met through Vinod. So Satish would tell the story of a learned Brahmin who, while crossing the river, asks the boatman whether he has read the Rig Veda. And upon learning that the boatman had no opportunity to do so, the Brahmin despondently remarked that, oh, a quarter of your life is lost. So he persists with his query to the boatman with the next, have you read Yajur Veda? And the boatman says no, and half the boatman's life goes. Before the Brahmin could reach the next Veda, a violent storm breaks out. The boat is about to capsize, and the boatman asks the Brahmin, do you know how to swim? And the Brahmin says no. Then all your life is lost, exclaims the boatman. So I think in many ways, this story sums up the hierarchies and politics of knowledge that inform our times. As we enter worlds that are very different from our own, whether as activists, educators, researchers, filmmakers, or communicators, and interact with communities within a context of institutionalized hierarchies between us and them, it becomes so important to keep to the fore an awareness of the politics of knowledge. What is regarded as valid knowledge is contextual, tentative, and inserted into flows of power and resistance. As filmmakers who worked for many years with the oral traditions of indigenous and nomadic communities, we have been really humbled by the grounded, sharp, and critical insights that many of these narratives embody.
In 1994-95, we collaborated with Kashtakari Sanghana, a non-party organization working with Varlis and other indigenous groups in northern Maharashtra on issues of land rights, access to forests, minimum wages, and cultural identity. With the spread of formal education and the proximity to Mumbai, the Varli oral and visual traditions were being wiped out or subordinated to the market. In response to this, Kashtakari Sanghana was compiling a collection of stories, Varli stories, which have been painted on canvas by Bhimsen, an indigenous artist activist. And they used this in workshops with Adivasi youths, and these profound and universal stories reveal an alternate subaltern history of that region and the kind of expropriation that's taken place with these communities.
So this work concretized in a film that we made in 1995 called Kahankar Ahankar, Storymaker, Storytaker. And this was a means, Kashtakari felt that they wanted to make these stories available to a wider community of viewers, both within and outside Adivasi communities. And we made English and Marathi versions of the film. So the film drew inspiration from the use of irony, humor, and metaphor that suffuse these indigenous stories. It moved away from an evidentiary, realistic use of the image and a linear mode of storytelling. One of the stories in the film narrates the journey of a rat. There's a rat who starts with a thorn in his tail, and he requests a woman to remove the thorn with her sickle. In the process, the sickle slips and the tip of his tail is cut off. So in compensation, he demands the woman's sickle. He next lends the sickle to a group of basket makers. Eventually, the sickle breaks and he gets the baskets. So thus continues his relentless journey of expropriation and accumulation of wealth, ending up in his taking away the Adivasi's wife. While making the film, there were moments when we wondered whether we were rats with a camera. Throughout the process of documentation, we were beset with the question of why we should be presenting these stories of and by the visible they for consumption by the invisible us. And there was this quest that we had for a form that would not just tell these profound stories, but would also place us, the non-Indigenous filmmakers and audience, and our relationships with them in the picture. Archival sources enabled us to reconstruct a chronology of encounters between the Walis and the outside world, a history that was replete with expropriation, exploitation, as well as resistance. So the film shuttles between their stories about their history and their lives and our stories about them, as comes out from the archival material, and juxtaposing these sets of narratives, very diverse narratives, allows for the possibility of multiple and contested meanings emerging in the interface and disjuncture between them. So to sum up, openness to questioning the dominant politics of knowledge and to learning from the communities we work with and their ways of seeing and being makes for a profoundly rewarding communication process, one that changes us and the texts that we produce.
Another significant insight that we would like to share concerns the act of documentation and dilemmas associated with it, particularly when sharing it with audiences. What did you want to say through your film? Does your film show unbiased reality? And what is the impact of your film? As documentary filmmakers who often screen our work to audiences, these are three questions we dread. They represent certain dominant, commonsensical way of looking at media artifacts as in general, and documentary film as an epistephalic artifact, which kind of looks at it as a piece of evidence. These are some of the ideas that we have kind of tried to resist in our work. These questions also come from the belief that documentary can reveal unbiased truths and change the world. For us, documentary or any other media text is an invitation to dialogue, to enter a liminal time and space that can perhaps help us to experience other life worlds and in the process make us more open to respecting and engaging with diversity and difference. Social change is also about questioning the comfortable bubble that people like us live in, as well as about making the world a more just and equitable space. And needless to add that these two are related to each other.
So to end, majoritarian intolerance that surrounds us everywhere today in all our institutions, in social life, and in our universities too, breeds on the strident assertion of one way of being, living, and believing as the only correct way. It marginalizes and stigmatizes and tries to erase alternative ways that do not cohere with the norm. As community media practitioners, researchers, and activists, we believe that the need of the hour is for us to question this intolerance in every possible way and to affirm the right to multiplicity and diversity. Thank you very much.
So it's my pleasure to now welcome Professor Sandeep Mupidi, which I've already done once. He's a professor of digital media and journalism in the School of Communication at the University of Hartford in Connecticut, USA. His research and teaching interests are global communication, emerging media technologies, Indian cinema, and communication for empowerment. He was formerly the Secretary General of AMIC, Asian Media Information and Communication Center in Singapore. Over to you, Professor Mupidi.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Can I share my slides if possible? Just a minute. Can you see the slides? Yes? No. I can't see any of you because these
Yes, yes.
PowerPoint.
Oh, sorry, I put
Oh,
my
okay.
finger up. I didn't realize you couldn't see me.
Sorry. Okay, I mean, I thank you for having me. It's a privilege and congratulations, Vinod, on your next journey. I would say, like your next research journey in that sense. And basically, when I was asked to talk about my association with Vinod, I went back to the first days of Essence School when I was a faculty and Vinod was visiting to collect his data or working still on his PhD. So I'm one of his first colleagues at Essence School, and we are more friends than co-workers. But later at AMIC and like helping facilitate the UNESCO Chair and other kinds of things, we have had other associations, right? So one of the things that I was thinking about when I was asked to choose a topic that related to Vinod's work was obviously Pastapur, right? Because not just Vinod, but Satish also. I remember hearing about Pastapur and the Deccan Development Society for the first time as a student in 1989 to 90 when Satish was one of the guest faculties there. And in subsequent semesters, we did work with Satish a lot. And uh, traditionally, like I still remember going to the first time that DDS was experimenting with Jatras as a development tool and as a communication tool. And as faculty, we saw it as a good opportunity to take our students there. And like later, obviously, it's become a central part of the work at the Essence School version 2.0, whatever, right? So the topic that I'm presenting is more or less, I mean, I had to condense it into 10 minutes, but it's a book chapter that I've been working on based on the current world order in a way, in an era of rising authoritarianism and shrinking civic space, where indigenous expertise is systematically erased from policy discourse. I'm sort of looking at the women of the Deccan Development Society and how they've created this extraordinary kind of example where with autonomous media systems, seed banks, and alternative markets, all while transforming their social positions from uh, marginalized laborers to internationally recognized experts. So the question that's driving this presentation is what happens when we analyze participatory development not through conventional linear frameworks, but as a complex adaptive system, right? So in that sense, the if you look at the conventional understanding, obviously it's about participatory development frameworks leading from an input to an output kind of logic, where media production is more seen as a communication tool for empowerment, dissemination, advocacy kind of things. The Sangam structure would be more, and I've written about this more or less in this model in my earlier days of scholarship, right? I mean, like as a participatory mechanism for implementing predetermined objectives and looking at DDS like any other NGO as a primary change agent with women as beneficiaries or participants. But the puzzle is this, right? When you look at it as a complex adaptive system, what conventional frameworks struggle to explain, and what I am attempting to do in this chapter through a complexity lens is how did agricultural interventions generate autonomous media collectives? Because that was not anywhere on the horizon when DDS started or started working with Sangams. Why did women with no formal education become award winning filmmakers? And how did food security work catalyze transformations in social hierarchy and political voice and leading even to the millet kind of movement and other kinds of things? And why has this system continuously evolved over 42 years rather than stabilizing, right? Now, to point to the characteristics of complex adaptive systems, some of them are like the emergence of unexpected outcomes from local interactions, the self organization without central control, the nonlinear effects where small interventions produced disproportionate impacts, the feedback loops that amplified certain tendencies and continuous adaptation as components co evolved, and the generative dynamics that comes out of looking at the DDS case. And I'm sure a lot of other NGOs that are working with in development, we can apply this model. But I've been associated with looking at DDS from my earlier days at Essence School. And so periodically, when at least Satish was alive, I used to visit it every time I was in India, right? So, but the system continuously surprises you by all the emergent directions that it goes in from its initial designs, right? So, I mean, like the I won't read the whole thing here, but I'm sort of looking at the media collectives, the alternative markets, the political voice, and how it has emerged from the agricultural development work. How, while DDS is there, it's still a lot of hands-off approach and a lot of bottom-up ordering and coordination through the community media trust, the Sangam radio, and other kinds of things, the seed bank, the feedback loops in terms of I mean, that I won't get into today, but like that I'm talking about in my chapter in terms of the agricultural success to media capacity and political influence and economic autonomy, right? And a couple of other things. I'm mindful of the 10 minutes I have. So, but how these system components have changed in response over time and how they have co-evolved with the capacity of these women and sort of taken them from a very marginalized kind of space to a very empowered kind of space. And I don't mean it in 100% kind. There's still a long way to go, but I'll talk about what I mean in terms of. I'll skip that. In terms of connection to participatory communication, right? Like it's about reconceptualizing it. In terms of the development system itself, where the Sangam practices, like through their media production, through their documentaries, through the kind of topics that they've worked on, it's more than just something that they're doing for their own kind of satisfaction, right? I mean, it's more a distributed agency within systems that are constrained from the outside. And while the women were simultaneously being shaped, they were also evolving with the DDS ecosystem. So I look at power operating not as a position, but as a relational capacity that's emerging from these networks, from these feedback loops, and accumulated over time, right? So there are 5 different junctures, critical junctures and turning points. Even when I'm looking at the DDS case study, the first is the formation of the first Sangams in the early 1980s, then the shift to food security and seed sovereignty in the early 1990s. And the demand for media. I remember having a conversation with PV Satish about this whole, where this whole media thing came about, and in the early 2000s, and it was very unpredictable to even think that what started out as sangams for uplifting the women would get into sort of devices that would create this political tools of political consciousness and sort of spread their popularity across the globe, right? And then the whole thing about acquisition of radio license, which Kanchan and Vinod and all are more experts on. But now, off late, the network formation in terms of the regional and national networks with seed sovereignty and millet cultivation and all that kind of thing. So now, in terms of communication, I look at multiple channels and how they create a redundancy and resilience. And even though if one channel failed, how others maintain connectivity, and I look at the role of the Sangam meetings, the radio broadcast, the video documentation, the festival gatherings, the Pata Pantala Jatra, which again, the precursor was the Jatra that we were involved with as faculty and students at the Essence School version 1, right? And the women going around the globe training others, and the policy forums that they represent. So, I mean, anyone who knows DDS knows about General Narsamma and Lakshmamma and Anjamma and all these people. So, what is fascinating about these women is they did not seek celebrity, but their competence and commitment led to that recognition, right? So, in that sense, the leadership was distributed, and different women led in different domains rather than a single hierarchical authority. And women who could not leave their villages earlier have now become connectors between local communities and national and international networks. And like even media producers have traveled as far as Peru and other countries to train other filmmakers. So I'll skip the initial conditions and kind of thing. So the complexity concepts that illuminate this case are how collective patterns are arising from local interactions, like more or less the concept of emergence in complexity theory. The media collective is a good example. The bottom-up ordering without central control and women creating the community media trust in terms of the self-organization, the feedback loops, the non-linearity in terms of small interventions triggering disproportionate effects, and the cross-domain amplification. They're all interconnected components of an evolving system, when you look at it from a complexity lens, right? So I'll skip that. So what does complexity reveal, right? That conventional frameworks miss. It is where I look at participation as distributed agency, communication as constitutive, and the 42 years plus reveals the dynamics that are invisible in the shorter frame. So looking at it holistically lets you do this analysis. And the most significant outcome is the autonomous media, the policy influence, the transformation of social hierarchy. They were not so much in the original plans, right? As one of the accounts, I don't remember who said it when I talked to them, but what started off with the intention of ensuring simple sustenance needs became a tool of empowerment to address larger issues. And this is the predictable behavior of any complex adaptive system, right? When components interact with autonomy, new patterns emerge that couldn't be specified in advance. So to conclude, right, the DDS case shows that marginalized communities are not just data sources or beneficiaries, but they're also knowledge producers, theorists, and system architects. When we understand participatory communication as a complex adaptive system, we see that the most transformative outcomes emerge from supporting self-organization, attending to feedback dynamics, and having patience for long-term evolution. And the lesson is to work with complexity, not against it. Create the conditions, trust emergence, watch systems evolve beyond what anyone could have planned. So let me stop there, and I think I'm already over time.
Thank you, Professor Mupidi. Our next speaker is right here with us. Professor Padma Kumar K. is a professor and head of Communication Management of Manipal Academy of Higher Education, that's right, Karnataka. His expertise lies in radio production, media research, brand planning, and corporate communication. Over to you, Professor.
A very good morning. And no, ma'am, I'll speak. Yeah, I'm really very thankful to Professor Kanchan Malik, who invited me to be here today. And I would also like to thank Professor Pavrala sir, who has always been a source of inspiration for all of us at Manipal. It's almost become a ritual that every semester he comes to Manipal, we invite him and we trouble him, right? He's part of certain committees. And of course, Professor Usha Raman, she's also in one of the DAC member in one of my PhD students. And also Professor Vasuki Belwadi. So we have very special ties with University of Hyderabad, and we take pride in it. So I'm really very happy to be here. And when Professor Kanchan called me on like last month, I was just starting to do work on Aram Thinai. It's about a podcast based in Chennai, right? A podcast which does the role of a community radio. So basically, a lot of data is available on how Amazon forests impact, how climate change affects Amazon forests, ice caps melting in Antarctica, heat waves, etc. are all available. But what about the livelihoods of people and the lifestyles related to climate change? And from all the discussions that I've been hearing, I understand that all these things should emerge from the communities, especially the vulnerable communities. And this sort of led me to this particular project on Aram Thinai. So this name has a very special significance, Aram Thinai. It has a lot of relevance in today's times. Aram means righteousness in Tamil. It is a very highly valued word in Tamil literature. And the title of the first part of the renowned Thirukkural written by Thiruvalluvar had this word Aram. And Thinai means landscape. Land was classified in Tamil tradition and literature into 5 Thinais, 5 landscapes. Kurinji, which refers to mountain region. Mullai refers to forests and marshy lands. Marudam refers to fertile croplands. Neidal refers to coastal areas. And Palai, which refers to desert areas, right? And the lifestyles and culture basically was supposed to be derived from these Thinais. So this Aram Thinai podcast is very interesting because it tries to communicate to the vulnerable communities especially. When I asked about the target audience, they were talking about the urban poor, children, elderly, women, agricultural workers, and fisher folks around the Chennai community. So what they try to do is they try to communicate about the connection between climate crisis and economic inequalities and discuss the mitigations people make to keep their livelihoods resilient. So we all know that podcasts are emerging as a new form of communication in this digital space. I would like to call it as an extension of good old radio because it has theater of the mind still in it. Of course, we were having conversations yesterday as to how just 2 people sit in a chair and they start interacting and they think it is a podcast, right? They can utter sweet nonsense and get away with it, and there'll be a lot of followers for them. And that's not the podcast that we are talking about here. Podcasts it offers regular informal access. It is between 20 to 40 minutes. Some of the podcasts are up to 2 hours. Amit Verma, Ranveer Albadia, all, with agendas. They get paid heavily, like they get funded. And you have such podcasts as well. So with all this, there's so many advantages for podcasts in today's times. It is a much unregulated space in the digital space compared to even community radio, which is being monitored, which we know that people from Basel keep coming every 6 months to monitor the content in community radio stations. But in podcasts, at least till now, it doesn't happen. It's a very unregulated space. So anytime listening as opposed to appointment listening, increased flexibility, and you have all these algorithms which gives you a lot of hyper-personalized options. So with all these advantages, Aram Thinai is really something which is very, very doing some interesting work. It is a Tamil bi-monthly podcast in common Tamil, not the Sen Tamil, which is for the elite. This Tamil is the normal conversational Tamil in which they do the shows. This particular podcast was started in the year May 2024. Right now it has 34 episodes, 20 to 25 minutes duration, and started by 2 young eco-social enthusiasts. They would like to call themselves like that. These are people who graduated from NIT, and they decided to leave their high-paying corporate jobs to start this. Karthik and Benisha, you'll see them in some of the pictures which I'm going to showcase later. So some of the themes that these podcasts are dealing with is eco-social justice, climate change, climate crisis, climate finance, climate resilience, local livelihoods, stories of resilience, stories of courage, stories of hope, all those things. So these two people, Karthik and Benisha, they traveled across Tamil Nadu. They went and met the urban poor, children, elderly. They constantly have these consultations and dialogue meetings where they meet all these groups of people and try to understand how they understand and what they can contribute to this podcast. So this whole study is being categorized into 3 levels right now. So this is in the first phase that I'm in, where I'm studying about the medium. The second phase is going to be about the audiences of the medium, and third is going to be about the effects of the medium. So right now, I've done qualitative content analysis. A pilot study was conducted using intensive listening method. So intensive listening method basically involves listening to the same podcast multiple times, 8 to 10 times, until I reach a saturation point to uncover certain strategies that they use in order to communicate. So 30 episodes have been chosen for this particular study, and there are other things that I wanted to study is about the subject matter, about the topics that the podcast cover, and also to understand if they are relevant, timely, and engaging. And also, I would also want to understand if they go deep into the subjects and cover the main topics, and there's this challenge of, getting deep and not making the audience bored. When the content becomes too deep, sometimes you do not have much listenership. This is some experience that comes from radio, commercial radio. I have this experience where 40 seconds is the link, right? We're supposed to talk within 40 seconds. And we realize that that is the only effective way of making people listen to you. Then after that, they want distractions, constant, and less attention span and all that. So I wanted to try to understand the depth versus the breadth, and also the accuracy, how well researched and factually accurate is the content that goes on these podcasts, and also what perspectives are represented, and also checking whether any opposing viewpoints are being acknowledged in these podcasts. So, and also the second level is about the host performance, how well sometimes they ask questions and what kind of questions they ask, what is the follow-up to it, and the knowledge base. And also the production quality of it. Do they regularly upload schedules for podcasts? Consistency is the key. If they do not constantly keep posting it on a certain days, then people are losing interest. So consistency, I'm trying to understand accessibility, interactivity, and also community building, right? So the second phase, I have some more questions with reference to the audiences, where I'm trying to understand whether these podcasts are reaching beyond the already converted audiences. And sometimes, this climate justice content and all can become very insular, right? Preaching to the choir rather than expanding the audience, or rather than expanding understanding. So I want to explore that. And also, trying to understand, is there something called as anxiety that sets in, when you keep constantly talking about all these climate issues for the people, right? And also about the power dynamics, right? It's very important also, I'm just thinking of, examining whether this podcast is really amplifying the community's voices directly or just speaks about them. Are these affected communities also being given agency in storytelling? So these are some of the questions that I'm trying to, understand in the second phase. And the theoretical framework that I'm referring to is Robert Koch's narrative environmental theory and the social representation theory of Moscovici, right, which also talks about how complex information can be broken down into compelling human stories and get the attention of people. So these two theories. And so some of the findings for the first phase, let me just tell you, this work is in progress. It's not published or anything. It's just, I'm just organizing the first phase at the moment. So these complex environmental narratives are actually broken down into accessible stories, which becomes, I think, interesting for the listeners. And also, the conversation is very intimate, and they have a very conversational style, which is very, typical of, which we've been trained, like, in commercial radio, we're supposed to be looking at the picture of one person, and we have to be talking to that one person, right, in the studio. So like that, I sense that there is a lot of intimacy and in terms of their delivery. And they have a lot of personal anecdotes and cultural context with reference to, stories, certain cultivation, aspects and things. Then it's very, very relatable and actionable. And I think they just don't stop with just talking, but they also have a lot of activities post the shows, right? That becomes very interesting. We call that activations in commercial radio, where we get all the people and we conduct events based on what we did, say the previous, based on the episode that got uploaded the previous week. So they are bringing all these unfamiliar environmental phenomenon like monoculture. There's one thing about monoculture they was talking about they're bringing familiar experiences by talking about the real names of farmers, real names of women, and celebrating them and getting other people also interested, because one person from the community gets featured and everybody gets interested. So they promote dialogue, co-learning, and democratization of sciences happening. They sometimes have an emotional tone. They have a lot of characters and relatable settings. They also use love, curiosity, and human connection as emotional pathways to reach the people. And sometimes these stories, they don't lecture, right? It invites reflection by exploring what is missing, not just what is wrong. That becomes very, very interesting. They have a lot of verbal simplification strategies, because some of Tamil has almost all technical terms, technical jargons for every other thing, right? So they didn't want to use that. See, all these books and literature, you find a lot of technical jargons, which is like common people will not be able to probably understand. So they come up with these simplification strategies, certain words, which is very, very interesting. Then they use storytelling, based on their personal experiences and emotional expressions. And something that during my interaction with them, Karthik and Venisha, was they're all very sure, whatever that is going on in the mainstream, like climate change doesn't affect all communities equally. Right? We need to separately look at different groups at different points of time, and we have to come in. So they have a lot of stories, which again, they visualize, theater of the mind again, they relate to impact. They feature real people like farmers, indigenous leaders, youth activists. They try to humanize climate issues. They build trust and motivation for climate action. Sometimes they use certain sound effects like rainforest frogs, ocean, which all gives them some narrative clarity and immersive experience for the listeners. So the phase one, warm, it's conversational and very accessible. It's not too technical and not too preachy. That is making it very interesting. They're using a lot of first person and real characters, like Kandasamy, a farmer in Kuttarangampatti, did this and did that. They encourage a lot of questions and not just answers. And it talks a lot about the local culture and language, what the community radio generally should do. The podcast is doing it. And I think that's about it, right? I hope to do my phase 2 and phase 3, and probably I'll be able to critically look at other things. Right now, it's glorification of this podcast, but I do not know in reality how it is, right? So phase 2 and phase 3 probably will help me get answers for those questions. Thank you so much. Then these are some of the pictures during the activations. You can see Karthik there. This is after the episode. Episodes get uploaded on a particular week. 2 weeks after that, they meet people and they have this discussion, and this is what they're doing, right? So, what is the subscription base and average? Right now, they have some constant people, 300 to 400 people are the subscribers, but there are a lot of people where they go for these events, they get all of them and they play, and they sort of help them download Spotify, and then, they train them in a lot of things, right? So we actually do not know how many. So right now, some 300 subscribers are there. These subscribers need not necessarily be these group of people. It'll be people like us who are subscribing.
I think we have to, we are really, really running out of time. I was asked to end at 11:30, but I don't think that's going to be possible because we have one more speaker. So I'd request the last speaker to be as brief as possible, maximum 10 minutes. I would like to introduce Professor Mohan Datta, who is Dean's Chair, Professor of Communications at the School of Humanities, Media and Creative Communication, Massey University, New Zealand. He's Director of CARE, that is Center for Culture-Centered Approach to Research and Evaluation, who's been working on developing culturally centered, community-based projects of social change, advocacy, and activism that articulate health as a human right. So welcome, Mohan, and over to you.
Kia ora, thank you so much, and I will keep it to 10 minutes. It's such a pleasure to be here. I want to begin with a Karakia, Enamana, Enareo, Enakaranga Tena Koto Katoa. I speak to you from the land of Aotearoa, which is the original land of Maori as Tangata Whenua, people of this land. It is such a joy to be here to celebrate our colleague, Professor Vinod Pavrala, and to be here in the same space with so many people that I admire. Sanjay, Sandeep, lovely to see you all, and Professor Malik, thank you for inviting me. As I reflect on the work of Professor Pavrala in the field of communication for social change, I think of the lessons he has taught us, particularly in terms of the politics of amplifying the voices of vulnerable communities. Vinod's pioneering effects in community media through his leadership as UNESCO Chair on community media at University of Hyderabad have created platforms where marginalized groups become the true architects of their own narratives. But this framework actually has shaped the ways in which we think of social change across multiple registers of the global South, and particularly South and Southeast Asia. His work has fostered participatory dialogues that challenge top-down development paradigms, restoring this idea of decentralization and decentralized voices as the anchors to social change. By emphasizing, and Sanjay talked about this, intangible yet transformative outcomes, shifts in empowerment, collective agency, and community resilience, Vinod has shown us that the media are not merely tools for dissemination, but powerful instruments for structural resistance and social justice. So I want to begin by acknowledging this intersection, which also forms the basis for my own work with the culture-centered approach, the CCA and the center I direct, CARE, the Center for Culture-Centered Approach to Research and Evaluation. So one of the core concepts in my own work, and that I feel as an anchor to dialogue with Vinod's work, is the concept of communicative inequality. The profoundly uneven distribution of resources for voice, participation, and narrative control, asking who owns the means of storytelling and who profits from the systems of storytelling, and the deep interconnection between communicative inequality and material disparities in health, well-being, land, ecology, and justice. So at its heart, the CCA asserts that genuine social change emerges only when subaltern communities co-create knowledge infrastructures from the margins of society. And it disrupts this hegemonic notion that storytelling as extraction can actually bring about change. So what does it mean for us as academics to participate in journeys of embodied storytelling, solidarity building, placing our bodies on the line while centering the lived experiences of those who are most erased? Now, you all talked about the work of DDS, the visionary work of P.V. Satish, the Dalit Women's Sangam Radio, and these are critical interventions. But they also raise critical questions about the politics of knowledge production and the labor of transformation. They point to this idea that it is the Dalit women that till the soil, organize federations across villages, generate knowledge through oral traditions and media broadcasts, and negotiate power amid caste oppression to forge openings for structural change. So one of the questions that is relevant in terms of my own work then is, what does it mean for academics to engage with the work of DDS, to write about DDS, and what does it mean to craft an active politics of solidarity, recognizing this deep inequality? Vinod's deep collaborations with DDS, serving on its board, bringing students to learn directly from these women, influencing generations of students through these processes, and researching the democratizing power of community radio, exemplify how participatory media can become sites of anti-colonial, anti-capitalist resistance, mirroring in some ways, or CCA mirroring in some ways, the call for co-constructed voice infrastructures that amplify subaltern agency. However, even in such radical community-led spaces, questions of communicative inequality linger. We cannot write away caste. We cannot write away our own class positions. We cannot write away our own positions within patriarchy. And we must therefore ask the question, who performs the daily embodied labor as the decolonizing Maori scholar Linda Tuhuai Smith invites us to consider, what does it mean to participate in processes of knowledge generation that are non-extractive? Who organizes the transformative actions that emerge from the women's collective action? Who generates knowledge that challenge dominant paradigms? And what are the tensions that are brought about within organizational structures when, for instance, you have dominant caste leadership sitting alongside, and that are male caste leadership sitting alongside leadership of Dalit women, and how are those negotiated? And here, if we remember the overwhelming work of Dalit women at the margins through tireless collective efforts that drive change, it also compels us to rework academic knowledge production itself as an act of solidarity, co-creative and collaborative labor. So as scholars, I think it invites us to step back from extractive hierarchies and to question what it means to enter genuine partnerships with authenticity and allow knowledge to emerge from shared struggles. And how then can, and Anjali and Jayashankar touched upon this, transform academia into sites of both mutual resistance, learning, but dismantling colonial habits of whiteness, and in the Indian context, dismantling habits of caste that occupy the infrastructures of post-colonial development knowledge making. This is the principle that we have been trying to work with in our own work at CARE here in Aotearoa, New Zealand. As an example, when we partner with Tangata Whenua, with Maori communities to advance Indigenous land rights as a fundamental dimension of health and sovereignty, it then calls upon us to place our body on the land, in land occupations, in the face of state repression and repression by the structures of capital. So a powerful Maori example is the 2019-2020 land occupation of the Orua River that we worked on, and which is framed by authorities as a climate adaptation strategy where the land needed to be acquired to build a dam. And yet, for Maori, for Tangata Whenua, this ancestral connection to the land is framed as the basis of climate adaptive solutions. So what actually the colonial apparatus frames as climate adaptation is just the opposite of how Indigenous people see climate adaptation. So what in that context does it mean for us to participate in the work of solidarity? And in this case, the academic activist solidarities actually holds us as academics accountable to communities where the research design, the research agenda, the outcomes of video-based storytelling, the co-creative process of generating research outcomes are shaped by what, in this context, the Indigenous community wants in terms of its struggles for retaining sovereignty over land. It also then teaches us that to fundamentally invert extractive models of research is to learn to invert our fundamental relationship with community. And that is an invitation for us to undo both the idea of community, what is the community, who defines community, as well as the idea of participation. So these local struggles resist settler colonialisms and racial capitalism's ongoing legacies of land confiscation that has continued under neoliberal capitalism to actually uphold a profit-driven infrastructure, and inverting it by a politics rooted in land that foregrounds concepts of love, concepts of connection, concepts of relationality. So this also means that we must confront the stark limits of social change as defined by hegemonic structures, and we must ask who truly defines social change. Too often dominant elites, in the Indian context, upper caste, settler institutions, urban intellectuals frame progress to protect our own interests, sidelining subaltern realities. The earliest body of work that I've done is with Santalis in Jharkhand in eastern India. And one of the things I learned through this process is the ways in which caste politics perpetuates illusions of inclusion while reinforcing hierarchies. anti-Adivasi ideologies are so deeply embedded that they essentialize indigenous peoples to rationalize this position. And these dynamics have been fundamentally deployed by Hindutva to uphold this fascist politics, where now Hindutva deploys the very language of decolonization, the transformative language of decolonization to actually carry out its oppressive majoritarian politics of exclusion, silencing, and violence. So it's really important then that when we look at questions of decolonization and participation, we simultaneously interrogate the deployment of the narratives of the decolonization to uphold historical fascism that erodes secular democracy through violence, historical revisionism, the language of traditionalism and exclusionary participation that actually upholds the power structures. Meanwhile, the NGOization of social change depoliticizes, turning social change into one grant to the next, one report to the next, channeling radical aspirations into donor-dependent technocratic structures that produce class and caste inequalities. So I want to wrap up by then asking, I'll take a minute to ask, then what does true structural transformation looks like? First and foremost, and here I draw upon the works of scholars like Paulo Freire, who suggest that it is not incremental reform that masks entrenched privileges, nor technocratic neutrality. It demands decolonizing our approaches to methods altogether by building voice infrastructures that amplify subaltern voices, mobilizing communities for socialist organizing, for redistribution of resources and challenging capitalism, mobilizing resources and interrogating fundamentally who converts infrastructure into capital while challenging caste differentiated opportunities. Drawing from Vinod's democratizing legacy, DDS women-led models, Maori land struggles here in Aotearoa, and the practice of the CCA across the spaces where we experiment with this work, this form of transformation involves participatory resistance where marginalized communities define their own pathways to justice, addressing the root interplays of culture, structure, and agency. So working with vulnerable communities in this sense is not essentially capturing the stories of vulnerable communities to tell so that we can profit from the telling of the stories, but to fundamentally listen to these stories, to work alongside communities to actually tell the stories of the dominant upper caste, racial capitalist, neoliberal structures. That is the story that needs to be told that continue to perpetuate marginalization. In wrapping up, together in solidarity, let us honor this great legacy that Vinod has built. And Vinod, I feel so honored to have shared some space with you, one that has co-created narratives across diverse global registers, one that shows us that material transformation is possible by transforming the language through which we enter into discursive spaces. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mohan, for that presentation, which I think in a way ties together a lot of things that have already been said. So I'm so glad that you came in at the end because I think you were able to, whether it happened by accident or intent, because I don't know if you were there throughout, but I really think it brought together and summarized in a way, the whole session. So thank you very much for that. And I'm really sorry that we have no time for discussion, but I think these ideas are there, present everywhere. They're seeds that we are sowing, and they're going to continue into the next session too. So hopefully, while we don't have time for dialogue, they would be dialoguing in our heads, and we'll be speaking to each other outside of these sessions. A big thank you to all the presenters for being here. Many of you at very unearthly hours in the middle of the night, and we really appreciate your inputs. Thank you so very much.
Thank you. Before we break for tea and coffee, may I request all of you to please join for a group photograph. We will be beginning the next session at 12 o'clock. We now begin the next session, Amplifying Marginalized Voices, Community Media in Practice. To chair this session, may I invite Ashish Chandra Sen, Consultant and Vice President of AMARC Asia Pacific. He was also Community Media Consultant and Evaluator of Commonwealth Education Media Center. May I also invite the panelists for the session, Ramakrishnan N., N.A. Shah Ansari, Father Bijo, Dr. Nirmalya Mukherjee, and Aarti Jaiman to take their seats. AHM Bazlur Rahman has already joined us for the online session. I now hand over the session to the chair, who will introduce and invite the panelists for the session. Thank you.
Thank you very, very, very much. And thank you very much for that wonderful introduction. I just want to say that I'm just a member of AMARC at the moment. Thank you for that. Thanks, Vinod. But nonetheless, let me say that I'm delighted, both delighted and honored to be here. So when Kanchan first spoke to me about the events of these past 2 days, I accepted with great alacrity. And I want to take the liberty of actually beginning on a personal note and saying that my reasons are not difficult for being so delighted and honored, because much of what I have gleaned, in fact, virtually all of what I have learned about community radio and community media truly is because of this man over here. So I'd like to begin by an applause, an encore. And I don't know whether it's your second innings or third innings or fourth innings, but whatever they are, much love and strength, Vinod. May you grow from strength to strength to strength. You know, the accolades that have poured in since yesterday and today, I'm going to crave your indulgence for a bit. I think are so richly deserved. And I'd like to add that, you know, yesterday when I heard your students saying that you've been friend, mentor, and guide to them, it's not just your students, but it's also your peers and so many of us who are sitting here and more in this country and outside. It's very, very difficult to actually encapsulate. You talk of intangibles, but it's very difficult to tangibilize Vinod's contribution to community media and community radio, not just in India, but across the world. And you can't slot Vinod in a box. You never will be able to. So when I was thinking of how do I describe this man, and I've still not been able to come up with, like community radio, you can never really do full justice to its definition. I've still not been able to come up to an ideal definition, but I'd say he very much is the Renaissance man of community radio, and always be, and always will be. His ability to bridge the world of academia, practitioner, and activism is like no other. His calm demeanor, I think, veils a very, very curious, holistic, comprehensive intellectual prowess, which actually has shaped community radio's trajectory in this country and outside in several ways. And as the conversations continued this morning, I was reminded, Mr. Renaissance Man, of when we first met. It was in the late 1990s, a few months before that very landmark initiative, the Pastapur initiative. I have an original first copy with me even here, which I brought along today. Where I first met Vinod, it was at a conference on media and human development in Bangalore. And Vinod and General Narasimha of DDS gave a mind-blowing presentation on voices from the margins. And it blew many of our minds away. And about a few months later, we were here in Hyderabad. And that, for me personally, was a decisive stage where I began to relearn my journey into community radio and community media. So for that and much, much more, Vinod, thank you very, 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 very much. Our subject this afternoon, because I think we've crossed 12 noon now, is amplifying marginalized voices. And as we begin the discussion, before I hand over to the panelists, I'd like to sincerely flag some of the insights that I've learnt and gleaned from Vinod's wisdom and his writings, and posit them to the panelists also for consideration. And maybe you could integrate this into your presentations. Maybe we can talk about this after. But when I was mulling over the subject, there were three things that struck me. The first pertains to philosophy and the philosophy of community radio, and why many of us got together in Bangalore and then in Pastapur and struggled for about 11 and a half years before the 2006 guidelines. Of course, there were the 2002 guidelines before that. And what was the philosophy that went behind that? And philosophies change, but is the community radio that we see today reflective of that philosophy? And for that, I'd like to, in fact, quote from the community, from the Pastapur initiative and the Bangalore Declaration, which Vinod mentioned briefly yesterday. And I quote, one of the recommendations that the Pastapur initiative articulated was that priority should be given in issuing of community broadcasting licenses to rural areas and other regions and communities that are least developed in terms of various socioeconomic indicators. This is based on the fact that the least developed regions and communities of the country are also least served by the media. Has that happened? And has that happened substantially? That's the question. And much of Vinod's work and the work of many others subsequently on the community radio trajectory brings and has brought this to the forefront. When Vinod talked about voice poverty and the voice poverty gap, I think we need, and I would urge the panelists to reflect a little bit more on this in their presentations. Ansari ji, you posted recently on WhatsApp, I think it was to Community Radio Asia, that 40% of India still does not have community radio, and specifically about 456 districts in India do not have community radio stations. Vinod's work on voice, poverty, broadcasting, and accountability has also underpinned why, perhaps, this has not happened. Philosophy and moving from philosophy to pace. I think we need to, of course, community radio in terms of numbers has grown substantially. But I think we need to, even as we take into cognizance the growth, we need to take into cognizance and be mindful of what Vinod Pavarala has talked about when he refers to the pauses in the community radio trajectory and then the pauses in the movement. Why these pauses? Are these pauses a natural outcome? Are they part of any movement? Or is there something else that we need to look at it? Is there a skewed demand supply? I don't want to say any more at this point, but again, this is a point of consideration which merits discussion. And the third point, which Vinod's work, along with many other scholars like Nick Coldry and others, which Anirudh spoke about so passionately yesterday, refers to the fact of voice as value. So community voice, and what are we talking about when we talk about that? I'd like the panelists to also consider and take this into consideration in their presentations. Who is speaking? Who is listening? Who is listened to? whose voice is community radio dancing to? Put differently, what tune is community radio playing? And with this, I think these 3 points, which in so many different ways Vinod Pavrala's work has brought to the forefront, I'd like to now hand over to our panelists to share their presentations. We have with us someone who needs no introduction.
Surely that's not true.
So I'm going to be very, very brief, sorry, having taken up too much time already. We have with us Professor Ram, I call him Ram, but Ram Krishnan N., who is the Associate Professor of Practice, O.P. Jindal University, and Founder Director, IdeoSync Media Combine, Haryana. Thank you. I'm going to elaborate this because I've just got the...
I think it says the same thing.
It does? Well, yes. You're the Assistant Dean at the Jindal School of Journalism and Communication, O.P. Jindal Global University, India. Over to you, sir.
Thank you so much, Ashish. So, oh, the mic, of course. Okay, I hope this is okay and everyone can hear me. So, lots of food for thought already in what Ashish has said, and it's kind of like derailed my thinking on what I was going to say. But let's come back to that. No, not at all. I think very useful, and in fact, my head is buzzing with ideas now from the last 2 days, and all kinds of conflicting thoughts and new areas to explore are in my mind. But thank you to the SPARC team and to the University of Hyderabad for inviting me to this very important discussion. It's been some time since we had a discussion like this, and I think it's terrific that we've come back together to do this. For those of us who have worked in community radio now for nearly a quarter of a century, the SN School at the University of Hyderabad has always been a space, a forum for researchers and practitioners and academics to come together and to talk and discuss how to do community radio, how to make it better, right? This event is made slightly solemn and bittersweet by the fact of Dr. Pavrala's imminent departure from these halls. To me, he is an indispensable and, let's say, indelible part of this institution, along with his colleagues at the UNESCO Chair, Dr. Kanchan Malik and Professor Vasuki Velawadi, and it is hard to imagine the SN School without him. It is also impossible to overstate the immense value his rigorous and influential scholarship has brought to discussions on voice, community media, and communication globally and in India. So I will merely add that I have personally benefited hugely from his academic reflections on community radio and communication, as have scholars and practitioners everywhere. But I'm making this sound too tragic. He is not leaving the field, he is leaving the University of Hyderabad. So I look forward to reading and engaging with much more of your scholarship, Vinod. And it is my privilege to continue in your company, our common quest to achieve all the things that community radio was supposed to do, as Ashish was mentioning, right? Which brings me to the subject of my presentation and the matter at hand. So much has been said about community radio's purpose in providing a voice for the voiceless, and it's only one slide for most of the presentation, so, right? So its purpose to be a platform for marginalized voices across the world, from its origins in Bolivian miners' radio in the 1940s to examples from Latin America, examples of its efficacy in being a space for the alternate and from bottom-up communication are well known. Alfonso Dagron has noted its potential to involve marginalized communities. Clemencia Rodriguez's work suggests that community media, which emphasizes local content, participatory communication, and social change, could bridge the gap between just information access and meaningful representation. Scholars like William Simmering, Susan Ford, Kirsty Martin, and Michael Wilmore note that the production of program content is expected to contribute to the social and political empowerment of community members by enabling dialogue between different sections of community. In short, community radio is intended to contribute to the democratization of communications and consequently the fundamental change of existing power structures and to promote progressive social change. So this rests on the work of a variety of scholars ranging from Eliot to Barlow and Baker over the years. But now I am going to use my privilege as the first speaker in this session to make a provocative statement. Those of you who have worked with me in the community radio sector know me for a very blunt person, sometimes aggressively so, and I love playing that role because I think if we don't do that, we are not questioning the work that we are doing. So let me say this. There is a vast difference from having the potential to empower and to actually empowering the marginalized, between intention and doing. Let me explain. Dr. Pavarala and Dr. Malik, in fact, in their 2009 book, Other Voices, document the early experiments that would go on to become some of the first community radio stations in this country. Sangam Radio, Namadvani, Radio Ujjas. And it is a fact that many of these experiments, emerging from interventions supported by activist civil society actors, Voices, DDS, Drishti, were specifically designed in the late 1990s and early 2000s to use audio as a tool for community empowerment. Though not documented in that book, other contemporary interventions like Hevalwani and Mandakini Ki Awaaz in Uttarakhand, which I have worked with, did the same. But what of the community radio policy in India and the CR stations that came after? With due apologies to all my fellow panelists, I submit that outside of the few early experiments I've noted and a couple of outliers that came up later, modeled somewhat on the original few, community radio in India has by and large failed to be a mechanism for community empowerment. Instead, the phrase voice for the voiceless has become part of a kind of mythos of purpose, an open sesame that provides legitimacy for those who engage with community radio or set up community radio. And I also submit that those who conduct research in this area and those who run community radio stations in this area shy away from admitting this failure for two reasons. One, because this would be tantamount to being complicit in the failure. And B, because this would mean sacrificing the little gains that this sector has made over the years, because this promise of empowerment underpins the very raison d'etre of the entire sector. This is why a variety of studies in India looking at issues around community empowerment tend to study the same clutch of stations again and again, despite us now having nearly 550 stations officially. Out of a count of 550 community radio stations, I submit that 10 or 15 or even 20, even 50 cannot be the basis for this kind of self-congratulation. There are many reasons for this failure, but let us take a look at a few. Part of the problem, and many of us have identified this in the past, is because of the Indian CR policy itself. Its couching of the very concept of community radio in a social and economic development context has meant that community radio processes evolve more to address communities with information and services rather than inspire them with the larger political and social purpose of ownership of the airwaves or the right to voice. It is instructive in this sense to look at the work of Anne O'Brien and Niamh Gamer, who studied community radio in Ireland, where they note that the social and political purpose of community radio in that country was often subsumed by the service informational aspect of the stations. People were listening for the local weather, were listening for local information that was practical to them, but the stations themselves were unsuccessful, the two scholars noted, in inspiring people to feel a sense of control over the entire process. Some aspects of this trade-off also overlap what Dr. Pradeep Thomas spoke about yesterday in his presentation when he referred to functional empowerment versus substantial empowerment. A linked issue is what Dr. Pavarala and Dr. Malik have also referred to as the NGOization of community radio, something we have not been able to correct after more than 20 years of the revised guidelines. It's 20 this year, right? Together, the entrenchment of CR in India within a formalist development paradigm and one that views development in a top-down mode to boot has prevented the true process of consultation, participation, and inclusion that should be the founding ethos of community radio everywhere. A second part of the problem, perhaps, was the activism within the sector itself. First, for its creation of the policy, or at least its push for the creation of the policy, and then for its revision, and finally for policy revisions and for capacity building within the sector. I believe those of us, and I hold myself equally culpable along with everyone else who has worked in this sector, perhaps we settled for too little too soon, too early with regard to the policy. Another part of the problem lies in the lack of a process of self-regulation within the sector. The original policy envisioned a self-regulatory process managed by people within the sector and specifically one organization within the sector. CR in India has been a fractious space with multiple representative associations sometimes competing for government favor and recognition. A unified voice could have helped affirm its purpose and negotiate policy changes post that initial activism. which could be corrective and return community radio to its true purpose, but that has not happened. More importantly, such a unified representation for the sector could begin to apply that process of self-regulation that was envisioned and that was originally a part of the CR policy. This might include the process of also nurturing new community radios with the original ethos of community ownership and community derivation, which are the core strengths of community radio as we envisioned it. The third component of the drift away from the empowerment of the marginalized is the slow devolution of supportive philanthropy in the sector. Initially, this nurtured the growth of those initial experiments and the first phase of community radio establishment. In some ways, it contributed to keeping that idea of the purpose alive. But the establishment of community radio is necessarily a consultative, participatory, community-centric process which involves the investment of resources and time. And for especially civil society actors to work in this space, it requires that time to be supported. The slow decline of grant support and international and national philanthropy in the period between, let us say, 2010 and 2025, to support these slow baking processes has meant that civil society organizations and educational institutions are now applying for CR licenses without the processes of reflection and preparation that a well-laid foundation for community radio necessarily require. And this, in turn, has meant that considerations on the purpose of community radio, who the station will foreground, are no longer the basic premises of the CRS that are being set up. Reviving philanthropic support to community radio in India focused on CR first principles and the restoration of grassroots activism is vital to address this. Finally, in terms of the capacity building support the community radio sector actually needs, it may also be interesting to explore how activists in this space can perhaps re-implement things like Traudel Gunnell's dual purpose approach, which proposes a learner-centered, action-oriented training model where participants are both trainees and trainers, fostering deeper engagement and sustainable skill sharing. It is specifically aimed at empowering those who are otherwise marginalized. And I say re-implement, since many of the early experiments that I mentioned were actually precursors of the approach which Gunnell then reformalized in 2008. As a researcher and academic in this space, as well as a practitioner, Ashish used the word schizophrenic in a slightly different context a little while ago. It can sometimes be schizophrenic, looking at things from a slightly meta perspective as well as from a practitioner's perspective. But I'm delighted that, as Dr. Bridget Backhouse and Dr. Heather Anderson at Griffith noted yesterday, I can be a staunch advocate for community radio even while holding it accountable and saying some bitter truths. So let me end, and can we change the slide, please? By casting this gauntlet below my fellow panelists and keeping in tune with the times, let me conclude with a meme that the younger scholars in this seminar will recognize readily. I think this is the state we are in now. Change my mind. Thank you.
Thank you, Ram. I mean, change my mind. That's embedded now firmly in my mind. Lots of food for thought there, but I think, and I won't say too much, we'll go on to the next speaker, but two points that you've raised, which I'd just like to encapsulate. One was, I think we need to relook and see how far community radio really is about the right to communicate rather than the right to inform. I think that's the first point that you made. It's not about information, but it's about communication. I'd like to just go back to 2002 when the policy guidelines were announced. Vinod, you and I were sitting in Bangalore, I think, and UNDP was having a consultation. And we were so surprised that after announcing the guidelines, they suddenly said that who would be eligible to apply was universities. But actually at that point, there was less than a clutch of people, of groups who were practicing community radio or a sort of community radio on the ground. And these were the true inheritors, but they were pushed to the back burner. It was only in 2006 that the change happened. I also remember that Nikhil Dey of the Right to Information movement was in that room. And he said, look, community radio is not about just information. Information is all very well, but it can also be dead wood, unless and until it is accompanied by communities having the right to communicate in a manner and a language that they deem fit. I think perhaps we need to reflect on that now. And the other point, of course, you raised was very correctly about activism, the kind of activism that we need and the kind of activism we have. Let's move on now to our next speaker, our next panelist. And we have someone, I'm delighted to actually say that we have Bazlur Bhai with us. Bazlur, AHM Bazlur Rahman, who's a stalwart of community radio in Bangladesh. He has been the Chief Executive Officer of the Bangladesh NGOs Network for Radio and Communication since 2000. His fields of expertise include communication and information, culture, inclusive social development, and the SDGs. Over to you, Bazlur.
Very good afternoon from Bangladesh.
Thanks, Chief.
Am I audible?
Yes.
Okay. I would like to thank Dr. Kanchan K. Malik for inviting me and session chair, my mentor, Mr. Ashish Sen, fellow speaker. I am pleased to participate in the today's seminar in honor of the Professor Dr. Binod on the occasion of his retirement from the University of Hyderabad. I would like to say something about the, sorry. I would like to say something, sorry, some problem I am facing. Okay. Okay, I am saying something about Dr. Binod Paparella. You see this maybe. The Bangladesh NGOs Network for Radio and Communication acknowledges Professor Dr. Binod Paparella for his invaluable partnership in the advancing community media in South Asia. Since 1995, Postapur Initiative and Bangalore Declaration, Professor Paparella has played a pivotal role in BNRC mission to promote community media for the social empowerment and justice. His work, both academic and practical, has significantly influenced BNRC initiative in Bangladesh. As the UNESCO Chair of the Community Media, Professor Paparella championed inclusive media policies and facilitated collaboration across the South Asia. Bangladesh NGOs Network for Radio and Communication has benefited from his mentorship in advocacy and capacity building, contributing to more inclusive media landscape in Bangladesh. Looking ahead, BNRC is committed to continue its collaboration with Professor Dr. Paparella to amplify marginalized voices and ensure community media serve as a tool for the dialogue and social equity. As Professor Paparella enters retirement, his enduring contribution will continue to inspire and shape the future of the community media in South Asia and as well as Bangladesh. Now I would like to share something regarding the mission of the community broadcasting in Bangladesh. Basically, there are building a knowledge society. There are 4 areas: knowledge creation, knowledge preservation, knowledge dissemination, and knowledge utilization. And in line with the protecting human rights, freedom of expression, universal access to information and knowledge, respect for cultural and linguistic diversity, and quality education for all. In Bangladesh, basically, we are facing marginalized community like some new and old problem. Old problem was political exclusion and violence, religious and ethnic violence, Inequality in the economic opportunity, it is old. Some new area is the media freedom under threat, information integrity in line of misinformation, disinformation, and malinformation is area. New information is the social norms and stigma. The constructive role of the community media elevating marginalized voices, we are trying to providing a platform for expressing voices of the marginalized people, mobilizing for social change, promoting cultural identity and preservation, providing a voice to political and social advocacy, strengthening civic engagement. It is continuing continuous process. And new area is the digital media expansion, inclusive content creation, and as well as collaboration with the other movement. Now Bangladesh community radio, community broadcasting system also faces another challenges area to enter the digital ecosystem. There are three areas: digital society, digital economy, and digital infrastructure and adoption. Especially in the digital infrastructure and adoption, digital divides, trying to content about on it, digital literacy also, and affordability is the very big thing, and also connectivity is very important area, and other area is digital rights, and as well as digital repression is a very important, and also try to connect with the marginalized community to the civil society and media, and as well as digital government services. And we are trying to way out like this way, enhance the capacity of the community radio broadcasters in line with the upskilling and reskilling through the training and technical assistance focused on digital development. Digital development, there are four areas. One is the digital transformation, digital inclusion, digital responsibility, and digital sustainability. So number two, enhancing digital infrastructure by improving access to affordable internet and as well as digital technology. Additionally, invest in media literacy to empower communities for informed content creation and consumption. Third one is the push for laws that protect freedom of speech and access to media for marginalized group, support media regulations that promote diversity and inclusion. And last one is building digital community, use platform like WhatsApp group, Facebook page, and community-based apps to engage audiences and encourage more participants. So that's for all from my sides. We are trying to amplifying voices from the marginalized, from Bangladesh experience like this. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Bazlu Bhai, for sharing with us the challenges that community media faces in Bangladesh and how these challenges have moved from just political exclusion to the challenges which now media freedom faces and the challenges of the digital. Thank you again. We now move on to Ansari ji, to N.A. Shah Ansari, who is the chairperson of Radio Namaskar, Odisha's first community radio station. And Ansari ji was also the former national president of the Community Radio Association of India. Ansari ji, over to you.
Namaskar, Ashish bhai. Namaskar all, and mostly thankful to Kanchan ma'am, Vinod sir, and the team to inviting me here in this special occasion. In fact, I am based at Annasara, a village near Konark. I am a proud villager. And through Namaskar Community Media Network, we operate two community radios, one at Kurujanga village near Konark and another in Bhubaneswar. One is rural radio and another is semi-urban or urban radio. And we run there one community newspaper which is first of kind in the country. And the thing of the first of kind is we don't have any reporter or journalist. Each reader is a reporter there. There are news boxes in different GP offices, in marketplaces, etc. People were writing news and putting their news in the boxes. Volunteers were collecting all the newses, and a 15 people team are editing the newspaper. But right now, boxes are available, but WhatsApp has been catered, means people are sending their news through WhatsApp. And it is special kind of newspaper because people think that if other media will not carry their voice, they can write to Namaskar. Even during ration, during block office or in panchayat office, they डराते हैं लोगों को, नहीं करोगे तो हम नमस्कार में पहुंच जाएंगे, लिख के दे देंगे. That means they are thinking this is the power of them. And we also run community television. Recently it started within 3, 4 or 6 months. And we are doing Shoujo and Mojo both, mobile journalism and solution journalism both. We are experimenting the youth power in the mobile journalism and making it, trying to make them actors in solution journalism. These are separate platforms of community media. We are experimenting ourselves in those platforms, but philosophy is the same. To connect community, to listen them, to engage them, and also amplifying their voice. After all, one question, when we are touching people, we are talking people, when we are sitting here, एक सवाल आता है, रेडियो कौन सुनता है? It's common question, radio कौन सुनता है? But if you will go to any village, if you are living or visiting any village, there are many people who are dependent on monthly pension, maybe that is old age pension, that is widow pension, or any type of pension, any entitlements. For 400-500 rupees, they are waiting for a month for their livelihood, their life. Do you think they have smartphones, smart televisions, and they have D2H connection, and they are recharging their smartphones to 300 rupees per month, who they are living within 400-500 rupees? No. Their communication and entertainment both means is radio. Still radio is alive. We have to understand this, not in number, but in person. Radio means their life. And second is, we can say, here we are talking about voice of marginalized community. Who is marginalized? Only the poor people? Or the girl from the middle class or upper middle class people reading in government school, but she can't enter the government school because she is Dalit, and in that classroom, Saraswati as Ganesh is there. They are also marginalized. And radio also talking about them. So, marginalized right now, Ashish bhai, in our village, I am not talking about Delhi, Bombay, Kolkata, Hyderabad. Marginalization is different kind of thing. If we live there, we'll go to any family, we can understand. हमको पता चलेगा कि एक गांव में आप जाएंगे वहाँ मार्जिनलाइज कौन होता है? लखपति होता है लेकिन मंदिर के अंदर घुस नहीं सकता, वो भी मार्जिनलाइज्ड है ना. जो बच्ची का बात बोला नमस्कार रेडियो में, उसका स्टोरी हुआ, बहुत हाईलाइट हुआ था, कुछ दिन पहले का बात है. शी बिलोंग्स टू ए गवर्नमेंट ऑफिशियल्स फैमिली. बाप उसके गवर्नमेंट ऑफिशियल थे, लेकिन वो जब स्कूल जाती थी तो बाहर बैठ के पढ़ती थी. वो रूम को उसका अलाउ नहीं था, क्योंकि वो रूम के अंदर गणेश जी का मूर्ति था. और एक स्कूल में टीचर बाहर पढ़ाता था, बच्चे अंदर बैठते थे, क्योंकि वो एक भागवत घर था. वो गांव में स्कूल का बिल्डिंग नहीं था. देयर वाज नो बिल्डिंग, स्कूल बिल्डिंग इन द विलेज. People are sitting inside the Bhagavata Ghar, and teacher was teaching them from outside veranda. He is marginalized. So community media as a whole, maybe it is radio, newspaper, mojo, sojo, whatever may be, we should talk about them, we should find out them. वही चीज़ तो अब हम देखते नहीं, वो नज़र से देखते नहीं है. हम देखते हैं फटा कुर्ता जिसका है वो मार्जिनलाइज्ड है, और हम उसका बात बोलेंगे. देश में अब दूसरा ज़रूरत है. अब आशीष भाई बोल रहे थे, कुछ दिन के पहले मैं एक पे पोस्टिंग किया था. वन ऑफ माई पोस्टिंग सेज दैट we have about 550 community radios in the country, and its presence found in 320 districts. Another about 456 districts have no single community radios, means about 40% of our country. Is it not a challenge? But why? Due to policy or due to our lack of awareness? Or due to the situation within last 16 years after 2006 happening to the community radios, others are not interested. हमको यहाँ brainstorming करना है. I think आशीष भाई कुछ टाइम ये सेशन के बाद थोड़ा बात भी करते हैं उसके ऊपर. और जब हम एग्जाम्पल को लेंगे तो कम्युनिटी रेडियो हाउ इट इज़ इफेक्टिव, यहाँ बहुत सारे लोग हम कम्युनिटी रेडियो प्रैक्टिशनर हैं, कम्युनिटी रेडियो रिसर्चर हैं, उनके साथ काम करते हैं, उनको और आगे बढ़ाते हैं. बट आई विल से यू 3 एग्जाम्पल्स. कभी कभी हमारे दिल में ये भी आता है कभी कभी कि सच में कम्युनिटी रेडियो 50 वाट का ट्रांसमिशन 5 किलोमीटर का रीच चेंज कर सकते हैं, इम्पैक्ट दिखा सकते हैं. इज इट ट्रू? या आइडियोलॉजिकली हम एक चीज़ को लेकर आगे बढ़ते हैं? बताएंगे आप? मैं भी बता सकता हूँ स्टोरी. अच्छा, 3 स्टोरी 3 लाइन में बोलूँगा, ज़्यादा बोल देता हूँ. रेडियो नमस्कार 5 गांव को अडॉप्ट किया, 0 ड्रॉप आउट करेगा. तो वी स्टार्टेड ब्रॉडकास्टिंग. इफ एनी बॉयज और गर्ल इन योर स्कूल इज नॉट गोइंग टू स्कूल और नॉट एडमिटेड इन द स्कूल, यू इन्फॉर्म अस, लेट अस गो एंड रीच देम टू द स्कूल, और साथ में लेके स्कूल चलते हैं. We have database of about 700 villages, the PRI members, intellectuals, leaders, religious leaders, community leaders, etc. We are broadcasting by name, out of ethics, but by name. आशीष भाई तुम्हारे गांव में हमकी बच्ची स्कूल नहीं जा रही है, चलिए साथ में उसको लेते हैं. तो ऑटोमेटिकली स्पॉन्टानियसली कम्युनिटी में एक बात चला कि नाम बोलते हैं और बच्चों को पहुंचाने के बाद स्कूल में थैंक्स भी देते हैं. तो रेडियो में नाम बजता है तो दूसरे लोग प्रेज करते हैं. तो वी आर टारगेटिंग 15 विलेजेस, बट विद इन 3 months इन 1 block the block authority informed us to felicitate our radio reporters that 165 schools were declared 0 dropout during this campaign, because we are adopting 15 villages, but others are listening. If you are running one non-government organization to make 165 schools 0 dropout, it needs about minimum 2-3 years, 40-50 staffs, lakhs of rupees, but it is possible. We make possible it through 3 months campaign without any 1 rupees. Second, if you are thinking whether it is possible community radio can change the policy, can hammer the policy, can do anything in the government because it is based in the remote area in a village and catering only 4-5 kilometers with 100 watt ERP. Yes, when community radio broadcasted about details of the scheme ICDS in Odisha, in our district, then people started asking their entitlements. And government ensured the entitlements, but those pulses were insect infested. The listeners group sent it to the Prime Minister office, then Prime Minister office sent it to the quality checking office. Then quality checking report came to state government that it is 72% insect infested and not consumable in body at all. During that letter exposed in the media, leaked to media, and it was exposed, and more than 2,500 crore ghotala, false ghotala was highlighted. Minister resigned, 4 IS officers still under vigilance camp. And finally what happened, the procurement policy has been changed. The mother committee now procuring the feed for their own child. So change is possible. Community radios are doing very good job, but we need to find out still. We are, you see, if you are talking and I am against that terminology, we will not discuss on that NGOization of community radio, but no big NGO is doing community radio. You take their numbers. Only the NGOs where activism is there, they are working with rights in Lagan, they are doing community radio. There is no example. I'm not seeing people who they are playing with crores of money, they are doing community radio. Because they know if they will stop the project for 3-4 months, they can manage in after quarter, next quarter. But in community radio, every morning radio will ask for content. They have to be 24-hour alert. But, I lost it. It's okay. So, right now, this is the time to document the case studies in proper way, to reach at the community radios who they are struggling. And most of the people are here, professors and researchers, development scientists are there, even filmmakers. I will request them to document through their films what community radio is really doing. And research should be done after 550 community radios. We have reached at 550. What is requirement right now? What to do now? To increase the number, that's different thing. But all are struggling. Most of the community radios, more than 500 from 550 are struggling. So this is the right time. We all are together. We should think about it. We should reach at community and community radio. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ansari Bhai. You've given us lots to think about over here. And I think what next is something, how do we go forward? How do we address these challenges? I think we have room to discuss this outside this room. But you've also actually asked us to look within and understand that sometimes the fault is within us as well. Thank you. I now request our next speaker, Father Bijo Karukapalli, the station director at Radio Mattioli, Wayanad, Kerala. This radio station was the first community radio station in Kerala, and it started broadcasting in 2009, Father. Yes. Over to you. Would you like to come here?
Dear friends, I come from Wayanad, on the top of Western Ghats. Actually, I would like to say something about Wayanad. Wayanad is one of the only aspirational district in Kerala. 3 hours journey from Wayanad to nearest railway station. 3 hours journey from our radio station to nearest airport. 3 hours journey is there from our radio station or Wayanad to nearest medical college. This is the situation in Wayanad. Almost 8.5 lakhs people are there. 20% of the entire population of Wayanad district belongs to tribal population, especially Paniya, Kurcha, Kuruma, Katanaika, goes like that. 3,000 hamlets are there in Wayanad districts, tribal hamlets. And we started a radio station 17 years back, 16 and a half years back. Then there was no story how can start or run a radio station. There was no prior history behind there, but we just started. And started with 2 hours of broadcasting, and now there is 24 hours of broadcasting with 110 different programs, with 17 staff members and more than 50 volunteers. I would like to say some stories. Just before the COVID, I just wanted to meet our district collector to say that we would like to say some kind of programs regarding this COVID and all. And I need to get the support of doctors. But district collector did not know the power of radio, and she simply avoided me, I can say like that. After some time, she directly went to the colonies of tribal population, and they started giving awareness to the tribal population there in Wayanad district, and then they started saying that we all get the information from the radio Matuli, so we are tuned to radio. Then suddenly, when I went to the collector's office, the first time she was not ready to meet me, but then now I was called to there, and I was selected as one of the emergency members of the board of COVID. Then not only that, one doctor was appointed there, we can say like that, or deputed there, for 18 months in radio station, in community radio station, Matli. At the same time, every day, each day, 5,000 rupees was granted by the collector for 18 months. That is the power of radio in Wayanad district. Then we started giving radio sets to the people. We had given more than 6,000 radio sets to the ordinary people, especially the tribal people, with the support of various departments. And Panchayat has got some money. Panchayats already gave more than 1,000 radio sets were purchased and distributed. Tribal department has the money. They provided the radio sets. Then Canara Bank, Federal Bank, the one of the vehicle that we use, the Bolero, is actually granted by the Federal Bank. One of the vehicle that we use is granted by the South Indian Bank. Actually, they know the power of radio in Wayanad districts. Therefore, we are actually running not because of the staff members there, but because of the volunteers there. More than 50 volunteers are there, and we always say that our motto is to broadcast each and everyone's voice of Wayanad district at least once in their life. So, when there are more voices in the radio, then there will be more person to listen to the radio. That's our policy. So, at least 50 voices will be broadcast every day, either from the field or from the radio station. The other thing is that we make use of the program through Grama Matuli, means Matuli team members with all the volunteers and the staff members goes to one particular village. And before that, with the support of some Panchayat Raj people, we might find out some people, at least 100 programs will be recorded within that day. And for the next 15 days, we broadcast the voices that is collected from the field through the radio. Thus, every twice in month, we make the Grama Matuli in different gramas. And also, I would like to say 2 stories of 2 persons. One person was laying like a paralyzed person. Somebody gifted him a radio set. Then he was he was in a sad mode, and he was in depression. After that, after listening to the radio, he started thinking that there are people who is undergoing in his own situation. So started a project called Gift Radio. It's not done by ourselves, but a person himself did. And at the time, when he was giving the 500 radio sets, means there's a 500 set already given. That was a very big function that has been done by Block Panchayat President. And he called me, as this is the only radio station in Wayanad district. And then we made a very big program there, because he has already given 499 radio sets to different persons, maybe paralyzed people or public sector or some blind persons and like that. One more story I want to depict is that one lady called Nisha from Wayanad district is a blind person, and she started listening to our radio, and she wrote 9 books out of the knowledge that she's gained by the radio, community radio Matuli. The 9th book was released by the district collector of Wayanad district. So we are always saying that this is the radio of the Wayanad people. Not sometimes I may be the director for the time being when I am appointed there, but radio will be sustaining just whenever it is possible. That means whenever it is need for the persons in Wayanad district, radio will be there. If nobody is there to support the radio, radio will cease to exist. Now we received 3 times national award, 2 times for the sustainability, 1 time for the better thematic award, and 23 times Kerala State Award from the different departments. I really interrupted to Mr. Vinod just because a few years back, when election was going on, there was a meeting here at this point of time, this in the Tagore Hall, and we came here for 3 days training, and that training was actually done with the support of SEEP. Then we received a certificate, and that was actually done by Mr. Vinan team. Then after that, I just went to meet the collector and told him that I went on to the training, and also we need to get the support of election department to give the voices and the training programs and all. The next day, I just went to Trivandrum, the headquarters of our state. I wanted to meet Chief Electoral Officer, and I went and met him. He was free, and I gave him a project that our radio station is actually undergone a training done by this department and SWEEP. So we need to get some amount of money for the awareness creation. The very moment he himself called from there to the district collector of Wayanad district, and he asked whether this particular radio station is doing something or not. The collector was positive in that. He accepted the project of 3 lakhs rupees and granted the amount at the very moment. That's actually the power of this university and the training that has been granted by the team under the Vinod sir. Actually, not only that, every time I was thinking that Vinod sir is actually the best friend, or I am his best friend. This is the thinking pattern that all people gathered here. When we come to know that I am only one of the best friends, means all people has the same feeling that not only here in Hyderabad, not only here in Telangana, not only here in India, everybody think that he is my best friend. And he knows me very, very close to, he is close to my radio station. Now I understand that he is close to every radio station. He is the best friend of all people around the world whom those people happen to meet him. At the same time, every radio station, there is a space for him. And I really congratulate for all the years what he has been doing for the community radio sector, especially to community radio Matuli, not only in training sector, or he has come with us to the field or the houses of tribal people. He has given or motivated people there in our radio station, and he has met some of the management committee members, and he has gone through every path that we are already or we are always going. That's actually a very, very good, positive thing that we find him. And actually, all the staff members wanted to come over here to meet him, but that's impossible. But they already told us that he himself has made us something that we are right now. And we also do the listenership survey just because of the support that he himself told to our previous director. So it has been done, and we did it 2 times. And the association with different departments, almost more than 30 departments has in Kerala state has been associating with us. So financial sustainability has been done with the support of these kind of departments, which was not there, was the chief electoral office. That has been done with the support of him. And we also do not do RJ kind of program. That means we don't promote RJ. We don't promote a kind of program that ends with negative ending. We don't promote any program that is having a kind of murder or that kind of negative feeling. But we do promote the programs which is already done. That means which is already prepared, which is already has got the positive thoughts inside. That's the thing that we do, and we have the RJ model, means program producers from the tribal section. Every day produce tribal programs, and more than 110 programs are there, online platforms are there, podcast systems are there, YouTube is there, Facebook activities are there. Everything is handled by the tribal population as well as the volunteer community there in radio station, in Radio Maturi. So once again, I thank you, Vinod and team, and especially for considering our radio station as the best one in your mind. Now I know that all the radio stations are the best one for you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Father. You've given us lots to think about also, not least of which is you've also given us something very strong to think about: who loves Vinod the most and who Vinod loves the most. But on that note, let me now ask our next speaker to take center stage, Dr. Nirmalya Mukherjee. He's the director of Manbhum Ananda Ashram Nityananda Trust, which supports Nityananda Janavani community radio station in Purulia, West Bengal. It is the first community radio station in West Bengal which started broadcasting in 2010. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. And I must be, very much, obliged to say that, I am the most incompatible person over here. I am not directly, managing the radio station. And I must be thankful to Vinod sir to consider us in many projects, and Kanchan ma'am also. And, keep going to our radio station on a regular basis. We have learned a lot from him. And I must be thankful to him because of his, he has already been, keep believing in us on a regular basis. So that's a good thing. Then, if you are a Bengali and born in a Bengali, middle class family, then there are 4 or 5, storybooks that you must learn or you must read. So one, the famous book of, Mullah Rasanuddin, written by great Satyajit Ray. So it's basically a story of knowledge, voice, and the art of listening. So the villagers, they were suspicious about the, wisdom of, Mullah Nasruddin. And Mullah Nasruddin always trying to, pretend that, that he is the most, wise man in the village. And the villagers one day decided that, they should, test his knowledge and wisdom. So they organized one, workshop or a kind of gathering, and the Mullah Sahib was invited to participate. Mullah understood that. And he went there, and he asked only one question: do you know why I am here? The villagers gleefully said that, yes, we all know. Then Mullah replied that, if you know everything, what is the point of me speaking? The villagers became very, annoyed. But they decided that, next, let's have a second, chance. And they again invited Mullah to speak. And Mullah asked the same question. And now villagers became very, wise. So they answered no. And the Mullah said, if you know nothing, what is the use of my speaking over here? And he left again. And for the last time, the third time he was invited, and he was again asked the same question. He asked the same question, and the answer was 50% says yes and 50% say no. Then Mullah said very clearly that those who know, please speak, and those who don't, please listen. And to me, this is community media. Those who know, they should speak in a community, given community, and those who don't know, they must listen with respect. So here, the community media means, platform for voice. What I personally believe that, that people must have the opportunity to air their voices and choices, and thereby, especially for the tribal communities like, Santals or, Bhumij or Birhods, to address the much talked identity crisis. So that is what is very important. And the last one, the second one, that is, the culture of listening. are you ready to listen to those very villages? What Nick Caldry was, telling us that, that voice is very important. But, hearing the voice is much more important. So keeping your eyes on, on the earth, it's most important, aspect in our life. But we seldom do that. And then, obviously, dialogue. So Augusto Ball once said that, that monologue is basically oppressing, while the dialogue means, emancipatory one. So this is what is. We must have a dialogue. And if people can't speak, if the people that don't have any space to speak their mind, then what's the utility of, being the largest democracy in the world? So that is what is very important. Now, hearing the unheard. Do you have that kind of system in mind that people can say that, that fearlessly say that, that yes, there is a problem? So one example I can give. We just conducted one study in University of Manchester on the nature-based flood management. How people think about the flood. Now, being brought up in a middle-class Bengali family, I thought that, the flood should be stopped. Flood should not be happened. But the tribal community, they said, no. Flood should be there. But the intensity should be reduced. And that's it. Why? Because the harvest. If Kharif season is lost, but the Rabi season would be much, much more important for them. Because the flood would be having kind of sediments. And that will increase their productivity. But you tend to forget that. So that is what is very important. And most importantly, this study also helped me to understand that, there are some stories. And that stories is basically, telling you that we know nothing about the villagers' life, what Ansariji was telling. One example I can give, I don't know how many of you can smell the, odor of the river. How many of you? How many books you have read? Tell me. Nobody. But ask the tribal elders, the flood legends, ask them one question. So when I was telling them that how do you understand that flood is coming, so that the smell of the river changed. I couldn't understand that. I born and brought up over there. Ansariji, sorry, I also came from the same village life. And I must say that one thing that I couldn't understand, that how the smell of the river could be a kind of taking point for taking care of the most valuable things and keep this in the loft. So the point is that we are basically thinking that we are doing kind of good thing for the community. So once Rabindranath Tagore said that Ke boleche tomaye bodhu eto dukkho soite. Who told you to bear our burden? Who told you? No one. No one. It is for us. We are going there. It is for our profession. We are going there. Who told you? Never. They never asked. So in our case also, the community radio station started way back in 2010, and it is entirely managed by the tribal leaders, especially the tribal women. And if you just visit there, many people visited, and I must say that that there you will find that there is no intervention from anywhere from our side for any program, for any type of program that to be broadcast. So this is what is very important. And our system is like that that we have radio jockeys, we have radio listening centers, especially by the with a request from the tribal village assemblies. And we have basically, the cultural narrative. So we have been documenting various, the cultural things like, the tribal have, especially the Bidhors, who are on the verge of extinction. They have a different types of Ramayana. So that Ramayana, we have, documented it. We have documented their festivals like Sohorais, as well as, the Dasai and Baha, and the health and rights. So we have received support from London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine and University of Gothenburg, and we have produced two important, case studies that how the community media can be instrumental for promoting the health and without any, intervention from the outside. The local solutions, we are now working with the, Asia Science Mission for local, solutions, and thankfully the Future Earth Foundation from Australia, they have been supporting us for this, and we have been managing the government scheme also. The tribal perspective is also giving, most important one. And here I must say, from silence to solidarity, that is our, motto, and they should speak for themselves. And what I believe as a role of ours, that is, we should provide the platform for the voice, listening with, intention, monologue, from monologue to the dialogue, and building the bridges through the community voices. So this is what is, most important things for us, because we have done a, decolonization framework, research with community media. It would be published very soon. I will be sharing with Vinod sir with you. And so this is a very important one that we have done, and we must believe that, that the deficiency approach kind of a thing should be, devoured, and we must, go for the positive ones. And so this is what is, those who know must speak responsibly, and those who listen must, humbly. So this is, I'm not going to, discuss this one, and this is the circle closes. So here, from wisdom story to the community practice, and those who know should speak, those who don't listen, and those in between like us. So build the solidarity and transform together. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much for also bringing us back to that central question, who speaks, who listens? Thank you again. And on that note, I invite our final speaker for this afternoon, Aarti Jaiman, who is the station director of Gurgaon Ki Awaaz, Haryana. She's also the vice president of AMARC, Asia Pacific Women's International Network, the WIN representative. She led the process of applying for a community radio license for the parent NGO, the Restoring Force, and then led the process of setting up the radio station from the ground up. So over to you, Aarti.
Thank you. I want to thank Kanchan for inviting me. When she called me, I said yes, as Ashi said, with high speed, because Vinod has, I got to know Vinod, I think in the very early years, within a few years of starting the radio. And as I think happens, I was mostly caught up in the nuts and bolts of setting up and running the radio station, and you really don't have the knowledge or the mind space to look at larger issues, to policy. So I really credit you with pulling me, sometimes reluctantly, into looking at the larger issues of policy and inclusion, and also nudging me, and I think to look at our own work after a few years within a framework, and to understand it conceptually, and not just looking at it as just the day-to-day work of broadcasting. So I kind of really thank you for that, and for constantly pulling me into this circle of people who are always talking radio, thinking radio, and also questioning why we are doing what we are doing, and is it even doing anything, So I want to share something that I had written, which is looking at our work, Gurgaon Ki Awaaz. I am not looking at the larger radio sector at all. And I really want to look at how there is this possibility for a community radio to build compassion and trust and conviviality, or at least create spaces for it, So a radio is a very intimate space, a very private experience in which our earphones send songs and spoken words into our ears, in which we can go into a quiet corner and call into a radio show and share something intensely private with the whole world, but keeping our anonymity, our privacy. I know what I heard, but the person next to me doesn't know I heard it. I know what I said, but the rest of the world doesn't know I said it. That is one space that a radio is. But it is also a bit like a hearth, where people can gather around, listen together, and in this shared experience, there is a process of building a community, a togetherness. People request for songs together, for each other, and then listen to those songs together and sing along together. Somebody calls in and tells a joke, and the people sitting around the hearth enjoy the telling together and they laugh together. They also share their grief together, their pain and longing together. This collective telling and listening is often cathartic and healing. For example, the pain of being displaced from your 800-year-old village to build a spanking new airport in Delhi and then relocate it to the scrublands some kilometers away. Feeling that your culture, your way of living, your memories of trees and ponds and all the markers of your village have no relevance in this fast expanding city. Every evening, the dislocated sit around a solitary radio set, turning the dial this way and that, and then at the far end, at 107.8, the strains of a Haryanvi Ragini come through. Stunned, the dial is adjusted till the song comes through clearly. It's in their dialect, a song they have sung so often, seen and heard performed routinely. Then an announcement comes on, आप सुन रहे हैं गुड़गांव की आवाज़ सामुदायिक रेडियो. हमसे बात करने के लिए हमारा फ़ोन नंबर है. And one man calls and shares the story of how his village, Nangal Devat, was acquired and they resettled to build Delhi's T3 International Airport. He said, for the first time in so many days, when we all heard your broadcast, I felt that my language and culture and my memories aren't irrelevant. They have a place, and you have given us that place. So radio is also a place for memory. And it is a place where through songs and conversation, we build a space for trust and compassion. It takes intent. And I'll kind of keep coming back to intention. A clear intent to build an inclusive space in which through every sound, word, visual or action, we convey that inclusive nature of this space, a space for people of all religions, so the music will encompass as many religious traditions as exist in our community. A space for people from all parts of the country, so the language of broadcast, especially music, will be drawn from the vast and diverse community that lives in Gurgaon. So when a woman from Bihar, whose mother tongue is Maithili, tunes into the radio, she hears her mother tongue. A space for all castes, reflected in the composition of the radio team, in the community volunteers whom the radio works with. These actions build that space of trust and compassion. A space where come Eid, a large group of our listeners come to the studio to celebrate Eid the entire day. So who's a part of this group? It's a group that became friends on radio. They never saw each other, but they knew each other's names, dedicated songs to each other, wished each other on their birthdays, and God forbid, if someone coughed on air, then the rest flooded the morning show with calls asking about his health. So this group of Hindus and Muslims on their own demanded that on Eid, we free ourselves up for a whole day's celebrations with samosas and jalebis and sevaiyan, and for some reason we cannot fathom Mountain Dew. Year after year, the group, with a few people being added each year, has come to Gurgaon Ki Awaaz to celebrate Eid. That community that has got built around the radio spills into life. Any of our listeners who go to Sadar Bazaar for shopping invariably drop into the shop of an old-time listener who always keeps a large flask of chai handy. He is an invalid, cannot walk, but the high point of his day is when someone drops in for a chat and a chai. The next morning, he recounts the visit on radio, just in case anyone else is also thinking of coming to that side. So the Jagdish and Siraj, Taj Muhammad and Hari Shankar, Nirmala and Sunita became friends on radio, learned to care for each other on radio, and just carried those friendships into the real world. From a space of trust, the radio, where they could build these relationships away from the fractures that surround us in the real world. These people could bring these relationships into their homes and into their hearts. Back to intent, in any media, but especially a low power FM like community radio, the intention shines through. If the intention is to bring people together, then the language of respect and compassion will flow through all hours of programming. Songs will be filtered and edited for any content that can be disrespectful. Scripts will be screened for any word or sentence that could suggest a bias, a tilt, a stereotype. We woke up to this. It's not as if we knew it, when we started out. We woke up to this in the work we have done for very young children in a partnership with Sesame Workshop, Gully Gully Sim Sim. As scripts were written, vetted, rewritten again and again, we realized how much we have internalized certain behaviors. What is good, what is bad, setting children against each other, but somehow valorizing it as competition, seeing how certain words or scenes inadvertently exclude certain communities. Why didn't we see it before? Though we did finally, because the intent has always been to bring people together, so the intention does finally shine through. Creating a radio space that is trusted means bringing people together in a space where they feel at home, comfortable to speak their thoughts, to listen to others, to share an experience. One of the very effective ways to build these bridges is music. In the case of Gurgaon Ki Awaaz, it is music from across dialects, from the diverse migrant worker community in Gurgaon, as well as the local Haryanvi community. And again, when we talk about the community, the Haryanvi local community is not poor, but they are culturally marginalized in a fast booming metropolis, which is Gurgaon. Initially, the bulk of our music was Haryanvi and a bit of Hindi. When the first Bhojpuri songs were recorded and broadcast, there was intense pushback. The first call started coming from local listeners saying, "Ye Bihariyon ke gaane band karo." Yet we persevered, had long conversations with the callers, unpacked the demographics of Gurgaon, the people living in the rooms that they were letting out to workers, that the local Haryanvi landlords were letting out to the migrant workers. And the final logic: if you can have migrants as your tenants, if you can accept their money, then why can't you listen to their music? They are listening to your agonies. Slowly, it took years. Our listeners understood and internalized what their radio is. Now, old timers tell new listeners, यहाँ हर भाषा के गाने सुनने को मिलेंगे, हमारा रेडियो सबके लिए है, आप भी सुनो. These were not the people saying the same thing a few years ago. And just like that, one more listener joins the tribe, and we continue to find ways to keep the fire burning on this hearth we call community radio.
Thank you truly, Aarti, for that wonderful presentation and for bringing us back to the local and articulating so clearly just why community radio, despite whatever shortcomings we need to address, just why community radio matters. And as you spoke, I was reminded on another level of what someone who many people consider to be a pioneer in community radio, the late Louis Tabin, said that there is nothing perhaps as the ideal community radio station, but we still go on trying, and perhaps that is because community radio is an ideal worth striving for. And to amplify that, I'd just like to say that it is an ideal worth striving for also when you have pioneers like Dr. Pavarala sitting in front of us. So with that, I'd like to, I'm sorry that I know there's lots of space for discussion outside, but not inside. We have to end now. But Vinod, you've got everyone's hearts and everyone's minds over here. Remember that radio is the theater of the mind. You've now included the heart. So no one's going to allow you to go away. Okay? Thank you very much. Thank you.
To chair this session, may I invite Dr. Subba Rao MG, Scientist G and Head, Nutrition, Information, Communication and Health Education Division, ICMR National Institute of Nutrition, Hyderabad, and Professor, Academy of Scientific and Innovative Research, India. May I also invite the panelists for this session, Dr. Bidubhushan, Dr. Bhargav, Dr. Hasina, and Dr. Jharna to take their seats. Dr. Annapurna Sinha would have already joined us online for the session. I now hand over the session to the chair, who will introduce and invite the panelists for this session.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the introduction. I'm an alumnus of this institute, this university, and then I'm very happy to be back, especially on a day when my mentor is being felicitated. Frankly speaking, I've been away from this particular sphere of academics for a long time. I've ventured into a different field of public health communication, especially targeted on nutrition. Therefore, kindly, pardon me for my ignorance of any of these, areas. Nevertheless, I've been strictly informed that I have to wrap up this session in about an hour's time. We have 6 speakers. That means each speaker gets close to about 8 minutes, 8.5 minutes. Actually, it should be 10. So, yeah, I know. Kanchan is already angry at me, okay? So, we propose to give about 8 minutes to each of the speakers, and this session is titled Marginalized Voices in Alternative Publics, Emerging Directions. And knowing the work of Professor Pavarala, he has given voices to the unheard, and then he saw beyond frequencies. And thank you, sir, for all the good work, and then for mentoring so many students. I am given to understand that all the presenters in this particular session have been mentored in some way or the other by Professor Pavarala. That's a great thing. It's a great honor. And the last session being that is an absolute honor. And congratulations to you, sir, and congratulations to all of them. And by my side, I have Jharna, who has just defended her thesis yesterday or day before. So that's, okay, she became a doctor. So we have one speaker joining us online. Annapurna is sitting there. Hello, Annapurna. And you can see the schedule here. The first speaker is Bidhu Bhushan Das. And there is a little change in the schedule. The second speaker would be presenting last. Am I right? Okay. So let me introduce Dr. Bidhu Bhushan Das. He is an assistant professor at the School of Mass Communication, Kalinga University, Kalinga Institute of Industrial Technology, KIIT, Bhubaneswar, Odisha. His research interests include the social political economy of media, media for social change and development. Then he also works on social exclusion, media and everyday life, media and citizenship, and media, democracy, and civil society. That's very interesting, and Bidhu Bhushan would be speaking about, alternative journalism initiative in city of Bhubaneswar. You could use the podium or can present from here, but you get about 8 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, the chair. Esteemed presenters of the participants of the seminar. It's an honor and privilege to be the part of this August gathering. I'll start with the first slide, my association with Binod sir. So, in fact, my association with Binod sir started from TISS. I'm thankful to my guide, Professor Jaishankar. Once he phoned me and told me, Professor Binod is in the guest house, go and meet him. So that's the first interaction with Professor Binod in front of the TISS guest house, maybe in 2011, 15 years back. So then, that is the initial days I interacted with Binod sir, Kanchan ma'am, and then got many opportunities to meet them. And in University of Hyderabad, even I had completed my fieldwork in Bundelkhand, then Binod sir or Kanchan ma'am phoned me and told me, we are going to Bundelkhand as part of UNESCO project. If you are interested, you can join. I said, hey, obviously I will join. So I went there. I learned a lot from the team, UNESCO Chair and Community Media, how to do fieldwork in a very rigorous manner. So then I was working in Pune University, and there was the advertisement for the 7 days training program, researching and teaching community media, especially for the Central University assistant professors. I phoned Binod sir, sir, I am not in Central University, what to do? Sir said, no, you come and you will take a session and you will also participate. So in many ways, I am associated with University of Hyderabad, and maybe University of Hyderabad is the only university next to TISS in my life who has contributed immensely. So I'm thankful to Binod sir and his team, Kanchan ma'am, Bashuki sir, and even the younger generation, Anirudh and others. These are some inspired by yesterday's presentations. Online, I thought to put some photographs with Binod sir in different occasions. Okay. So I took, because I had no photographs, I took from my social media, and I did that. So, and Binod sir was in my classroom with my students, and then this is the conference in TISS, Community Media Conference. Coming back to my work, that is Nichaka, one exercise by the journalist in Odisha, Bhubaneswar. So Odisha is mostly known for its deprivation, poverty, marginalization, many other things, because around 40% population of Odisha are scheduled caste and scheduled tribe populations. There are 90 plus scheduled caste communities and 62 tribal communities in the state. So you can understand the level of marginalization in the state. But many times we think Bhubaneswar is Odisha, Odisha is Bhubaneswar. The people who live in the city, that they have their understanding of the state. So, but I found that there are some classic literature on Bhubaneswar and Odisha. This is a book by Vishwamaipati, who has passed away, one of the leading historians from the state of Odisha, who was serving in Delhi University, Tribals and Dalits in Odisha. And the recent one on Odisha, the recent book is Trajectories of Development Odisha at 100, because Odisha is the first state in the state, India, to be distinguished as on the basis of language, because there may be some Bengali friends in the hall. One Bengali bureaucrat or writer said that Odia ek bhasha nahi, Odia is not a language. On that basis, Odia has demanded, Odia identity, and then Odisha became the state in 1936, and that's the first state based on the language in India. And these are few books on Bhubaneswar. Bhubaneswar was new city, planned city, was established in 1948 after independence of the country. And one of the American anthropologist, Susan, has edited this book in 1980s. And the contributors talk about how one temple city is emerging as the administrative, bureaucratic city in the state of Odisha. And the recent one, 1995 book by Ravi Kalia, one Indian origin American historian, who mostly writes on the planned cities of the country, on Chandigarh, Gandhinagar, and obviously Bhubaneswar. And the same argument that Odias were against Bhubaneswar to be the capital, because it was a temple city. So by the way, it emerged, and it's emerging as a major city in the state and also in the country. So coming to the media in Odisha, the first newspaper of Odisha was started in 1866, Utkal Deepika, and then many more newspapers started. It was the newspaper which is the second one, Samaj, which is still surviving, and that is the newspaper started by Utkal Mani, the jewel of Odisha, Gopabandhu Das, the freedom fighter. And it has completed more than 100 years. And other media, like we have our own private channels, Radio Chocolate, Dhoom Meetha. Then Kalinga TV, it's our own initiative, that means the sister concern of KI8 University, Kalinga TV, regional channel. Odisha Live is a very popular web portal, video portal. Namaskar is the classic example of community newspaper, and under the leadership of Ansari Bhai and few others, we have a very strong network of community radios in Odisha. We have more than 45 community radio stations in the state. But when I started my PhD, there are only one, I think Ansari Bhai's radio station, only one. So for that reason, I went to Bundelkhand. So Nichak is the initiative. There are media saturation in the city like Bhubaneswar, but few journalists came forward and started this initiative, writing whiteboard at the city center. And who is writing the board is a very eminent journalist from the city, Prafulla Das, who was the chief correspondent of the Hindu for the state of Odisha. And his wife at present is the mayor of the Bhubaneswar. and he's writing this, doing this activism, writing the board. There are few more, this Priyaranjan Shahu, then Sampad Mahapatra. These are very eminent journalists who are contributing to this whiteboard exercise at the city center. In fact, Sampad Mahapatra was the chief correspondent of NDTV India up to his retirement. Then what exactly do they write? They write about, mostly they critique the state, the politics, the government, and development, and also even journalism. These are few cartoons, you can see the few writings where they critique the journalism itself. So this is critiquing the mainstream, then critiquing the also public, sorry, this is the story about the Press Club of Odisha. They are telling the way the Press Club of Odisha is functioning, so it may die at any moment. So these are some critiques on journalism. Then they also critique development in their stories. Okay, they do very good cartoons. They have in fact, in the whiteboard they have 3 columns. One column is cartoon, the middle column is the main story, and the last column is the comment section, 3rd column. So this is about the development and critiquing the government, and people demand jobs, but the politicians is telling that Hinduism is at crisis, at stake. Okay, so why you are demanding for jobs? Such kind of stories are there. Politicians versus people, hijab versus hijab. Those kind of narratives they do there. That kind of exercise they do there. So this is they mostly talk about agenda. Whose agenda is it? So is it the people's agenda or the government's agenda? Mostly they highlight the people's agenda and contradict to the government's agenda, the agenda of the party in power. This is the 3rd section of the story, and in the 3rd section mostly the critique, even God also. I wonder if I am God, I will fix those who love corruption in one day. Okay, so they critique everything. And it has a good response also. If you see, here is the response. People are reading, interacting, talking about the initiative. And here you see the senior journalists of the state, senior journalists who are the chief correspondent of Times of India, Rajaram Satpathy, former chief correspondent of the New Indian Express, and many senior journalists. They have their chai and they discuss about the initiative, the issues and concerns in the state. Okay, and here you can see how passionate journalists, cartoonists, they write the board. And here he is a very young, dynamic leader who was the, I'm completing, So who was the dynamic leader, who was the education minister of the state, who was also the student leader of our Utkal University. And he also comes and writes the board. So you can see the influence of this board in the city life, at the city center. And here the transgenders come and celebrate Holi in front of the whiteboard. So they go beyond journalism, they do some other works near, so this is called khati. Okay, in Odia it is called khati, so they come and share their ideas, story ideas. So coming to the concluding remarks, so they do write, and not regularly, but they have written more than 200 days, what I was calculating, visiting their Facebook pages. And they have written more than 200 days, and they have done that exercise more than 2 years regularly. And so it's one kind of alternative journalism in practice, but my only concern is that I have to, I took this project recently, so I have to interact and interview the journalists exactly why they did this exercise. Because they have all the mainstream medias, NDTV, Times of India, New Indian Express, The Hindu, all the leading media houses they are associated with. But why did they do this exercise, this brilliant exercise? I have to interrogate more on this story. So thank you.
Thank you. That's brilliant, Dr. Dash. And you wrapped up in 10 minutes. Thank you very much. And it's very interesting initiative. And, for that matter, I happen to see these boards written in Telugu everywhere, the crossroads these days. And I requested many of my journalist friends to pursue who's writing it. The beauty of it is everywhere I see in the city, the message is similar and the writing is the same, handwriting is same. I don't know who's doing it, but it's not journalism though, but it is like some message that they want to give to the new generation, to the country, to be more nationalistic, to get rid of corruption and things like that. Corruption reminds me, Professor Pavrala started his work on corruption first and then he moved to community media. That's the trajectory. Thank you very much. And then we'll move to the next speaker, Annapurna. waiting patiently online for a long time. We told her to join at 2. Thank you very much. And Annapurna will be telling us about community newspapers and community print in India and Indonesia. Thank you very much for joining, Annapurna. Stage is yours. You have 8 minutes.
A very warm good afternoon, everyone. And let me share my screen first. I'm happy to meet you all. So I hope my screen is visible.
Can you put it in slideshow mode, please? Yeah.
It is, yeah. Okay. So thank you so much, Subbarao sir, for the introduction, and hello to all the panelists, and especially congratulations, Dr. Jharna. And it's a great feeling, and I'm so happy for you. I'm also very fortunate and glad to be a part of this celebration in honor of Professor Pavrala. Sir, you have been a great mentor to me and a guiding light in my career. And there are no words to express the kind of gratitude I have in my heart. So thank you so much for everything. In fact, everyone, I was introduced to the field of community media at the University of Hyderabad only by Professor Kanchan and Professor Pavrala. And when I joined University of Hyderabad in 2014 for my PhD, I had a clarity that I'm going to work in the area of communication for development. But the clarity about the core field, which is going to be community media, especially community press, that came only after tremendous classes and sessions with Professor Pavrala. So my majority of work has been in the area of community press. And since then, I have been working and publishing in this area. My research work basically traces the growth and development of community newspapers in India as an alternative media space with a view to mapping the diverse forms and practices associated with them. It's an effort to advocate for community newspapers within the community media spectrum. The effort is also to add to the discipline by providing a focused inquiry into the working of community newspapers by discussing themes like media democracy and citizen engagement, advocacy, diversity of profiles, and more importantly, by tracing the transformation in the production practices over a period of time. Community newspapers also bring in a distinct aspect of literacy, which is assumed as a prerequisite adduced against the idea of newspapers at the very grassroots level. The traditional understanding of literacy as a functional skill restricts us from seeing that literacies are multiple and people make sense of information in many ways, including linguistic, oral, visual, and spatial, where all these forms of communication contribute to literacy practices, which do not solely depend on the skills of reading and writing. So in a community newspaper, people participate with their indigenous, local, and regional knowledge base and communicate in their day-to-day dialect and literacies, where the primary aim is to participate in media making and understand the information over and above the binary of literate, illiterate, and oral and written. I was fortunate to publish my thesis into this book, Community Newspapers in India, Manifestations and Metamorphoses. For this work, I worked with 2 case studies. First was Khabar Lahariya community newspaper, which was a 12-page Bundeli weekly published from Chitrakoot district of Uttar Pradesh by a team of a small women's journalist team. The analysis here has presented the metamorphosis and rhizomatic expansion of Khabar Lahariya, over a period of time. So my study covered the growth of Khabar Lahariya between 2002, which is the inception, to 2016, so around 15 years. So the analysis is looked at from the perspective of heterogeneity, multiplicity, hybridity, and alternative worldview. The second case study that I picked up that time was Namaskar community newspaper, and if Ansari sir is around, I'm so grateful that he helped me with this work. So Namaskar community newspaper was or is a 16-page Odia fortnightly, and it is published from Konark town in Puri district of Odisha. Namaskar has been discussed here for its advocacy practices in light of the concepts of radical media and critical media from the perspective of participatory media making, critical content, public discourse, and active citizenship. A newspaper where there is no fixed reporter and every individual in the community plays the role of the reporter by contributing their news stories through the news boxes placed around the area and also through WhatsApp. So there has been a lot of change, and these two newspapers have gone through significant transformations even after my study. So there is ample scope for new studies with these two initiatives. Another interesting work that I want to talk about is this. I worked on this community print initiative called Trolley Times, which emerged from the during the farmers' protest of 2020 and 2021. So this work is with my friend Nisha Singh, Dr. Nisha Singh. So this newsletter was a response to the false reporting by the mainstream media, which questioned the identity of the protesting farmers and tried to malign the protest. The team published 22 editions during the farmers' protest, and they continued the digital form even after that. So our work was based on a thematic and discourse analysis of the content of this newsletter, which included short stories, anecdotes, folklores, poems, and sketches from the protesting farmers. It's really interesting how they are still continuing their work in a digital form, and they also experimented with trolley talkies, an alternative medium where people can express solidarity through music, art, and satire. Other than these works, I am also trying to explore community print in Indonesia. Here, as it is the case everywhere else, Indonesian print media is also shifting to digital. But Indonesia has a rich history of community print, especially around the Reformasi movement of 1998. It is interesting to investigate how a vibrant underground community-run print culture emerged to bypass the censorship during the President Suharto's authoritarian regime, also known as the New Order, which lasted for 3 decades. From 1967 to 1998. Indonesia saw a hyper-growth era of print just after the Reformasi movement of 1998, followed up by a vibrant community radio space where many print activists began focusing on community radio. They formed this organization called Jaringan Radio Komunitas Indonesia, which is Indonesian Community Radio Network. And they formed it around in early 2000s, and by 2012, there were around 700 community radio stations in Indonesia as well. So currently what I'm doing is I'm trying to study community print in Indonesia, the history of community print, especially focusing on these two case studies, Gugat and Bergerac from Reformasi era. So both of these newspapers were published from Yogyakarta region. The idea is to reread the history of community press through the lens of community media, public sphere, and participatory communication. Also, I'm using the 4 pillars, the concept that JRKI has accepted for community media or for defining community media in Indonesia. So that includes being non-profit, participatory, community-owned, and independent. So this is my just initial ideas that I wanted to share here, and maybe I'll keep rest of the work for some other platform. That's all from my side. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, everyone, for listening.
Thank you, Annapurna. Thank you for sticking time, and thank you for bringing those really new perspectives and how community-owned print is still thriving and alive and bringing alternative voices to the fore. That's really, really good. And in my haste to stick to time, I forgot to read about Annapurna. I think it's my time now to just introduce her. I know all of you know her, but she's currently working as a lecturer in the International Communication Program at Bina Nusantara University International, that is in Indonesia. Her research interests span communication for development and social change, community media and gender and multiple literacies. And with this, these case studies, she's brought to the fore importance of multiple literacies and then how they should be respected. Thank you very much for that quick presentation. Stay online if you can. It'll be nice till the end of the session.
Yes, I'm here.
Yes, thank you. Now we'll move to the next presenter, Dr. Hazina T. She's an assistant professor at Department of Media Studies, Geetham School of Humanities and Social Sciences in Hyderabad. She previously worked as a research associate in Idiosync Media Combined in Haryana. Hazina, you want to present from here or there?
Thank you, moderator, and it's a pleasure to share this panel with Uda and Annapurna, Jarna, and Bhargav. So my presentation, it's not about my work largely, I'm really sorry about that, but I'm going to set a bit of context, and I'm going to sort of end with 2 questions, basically. I'll read it out because I can't keep time and check. My supervisor very well know about this habit of mine. He always advised me that please stop your presentations on time, and he is here as well. So my presentation will touch upon the concept of public sphere. So the classical concept of public sphere defined by Jürgen Habermas refers to a realm where private individuals assemble to form a public body to debate matters of general interest. In other words, Habermasian public sphere is a space where citizens actively deliberate on matters of shared concern and work towards holding the state accountable. It is conceived as an open to all and free from status inequalities. Through deliberation, public spheres are expected to achieve discursive consensus over matters of the common good. This model presupposed a foundation of private autonomy where individuals were understood as their own masters because they possessed capitalist property that insulated them from state coercion. As we all know, Nancy Fraser offered significant critique of the original Habermasian model by characterizing it as a historically contingent and a limited bourgeois public sphere. She contested the idea of universal access, arguing that this space was in practice an exclusive arena for elite men, where the bracketing of social inequalities were never truly realized. Rather than a singular phenomenon, Fraser contended that the public sphere is plural and composed of competing publics, including those formed by women, peasants, and working class groups. She introduced the concept of subaltern counter-publics to describe these parallel discursive arenas in which subordinated groups invent and circulate counter discourses. And I quote, I contend that in stratified societies, arrangements that accommodate contestation among a plurality of competing publics better promote the ideal of participatory parity than does a single comprehensive overarching public. Where social inequality persists, deliberative processes in public spheres will tend to operate to the advantage of dominant groups and to the disadvantage of subordinate. So this is where she sort of substantiates her arguments. Drawing on this framework, we often apply the concept of subaltern, counter, alternative public spheres to non-dominant grassroots local media spaces. For instance, in my PhD work, the newsletter I studied, run by Adivasi communities in the Western Ghats, offered insight into how such spaces are envisioned as arenas of political and cultural action by historically marginalized groups. These initiatives can be read as attempts to move away from being objects of study for centuries towards becoming authors and curators of their own realities in media and beyond. Such media recast the everyday life of community into an artifact that reflects the socio-cultural worlds of its participants, which are often unrecognized or invisibilized by dominant media spaces. As one of the participants remarked sarcastically to me, and I vividly remember this, we have to commit suicide to be in the newspaper. Our suicide gets reported, but here it's different. Alongside this, such communicative spaces also unfold as sites of memory and archiving through their deliberative and curatorial practices. However, as several scholars, even speakers today, have demonstrated, these communicative and media spaces often function under conditions of severe material precarity and near total dependence on parent organizations and external agencies for resource, particularly in countries like India. For example, by policy, community radio licenses are granted only to established non-profit organizations along with universities, etc. A framework that has over time produced what Scholar Pavrala describes as the NGOization of community radio. And I quote, "During the past decade, the funding imperative, the policy specifying NGOs as the eligible applicants, and overall developmental framework led to the growth of CR in India largely through the efforts of NGOs. The implications of this incipient NGOization of CR in India are beginning to be felt across the sector," end quote. There has been a long-standing criticism of NGOs for colluding with dominant and state agendas for development rather than sustaining spaces that foreground the persisting concern of people. In India, the mushrooming of NGOs began in the 1980s as the country gradually transitioned from development-oriented nation-state towards neoliberal frameworks. In her Marxist critique, Development Hegemony by Sangeeta Kamath, she argues that social movements lose their radical edge when transformed into NGOs, effectively diluting the political questions embedded in these struggles. Discussing particularly a case study in Maharashtra, she argues that, and I quote, "Class conflict, which is what the relation between the Adivasis and the landlords represents, could not be taken up as class conflict within the development agency. Instead, the organization stayed within the legal framework of development by posing the problem as one of the class position, which can be transformed through certain inputs and did not involve the reorganization of social relations between people," end quote. In a similar sort of line, Chowdhury and Kapoor argue that dominant tendency within the NGO sector is to compartmentalize the world into issues and projects without confronting the elephants in the room that create and sustain these problems, such as colonialism and capitalism. Development thus becomes a managerial occupation where NGOs receive donor funding along with conditions that require them to produce measurable outcomes framed as impact. In the context of community radio, NGOization has been shown to affect its participatory nature by exerting pressure on community broadcasters to fulfill project organizational or state-driven objectives. In other words, these alternative public spheres are rarely self-sustaining. Instead, they are subject to what is called NGOization of communication, wherein their existence depends on financial stability and administrative decisions of the parent organization. This raises important questions about how powerful NGOs come to function as gatekeepers of alternative public spheres, determining their boundaries, modes of operation, and continuity, and how their relationship with the state and other meta funders spill over into the media spaces they support. Thank you.
Thank you for that very powerful presentation, and I understand how important it is for communities from, to evolve from being objects of studies to bringing forth the plural voices to the fore. Thank you very much, and thank you again for sticking to time. You were like 8 minutes and 8 minutes on dot. Thank you very much. And Kanchan, sticking to time still. Thank you very much. She gave me this agenda as soon as I entered. She said, "Okay, sir." Pressure on me. Thank you very much. And then we have the freshest doctor around to speak to us. Dr. Jarna, she would go to the podium, but meanwhile, I'll just tell you that she's an assistant professor at the Indian Institute of Mass Communication, IIMC, Aizawl, Mizoram. She completed her PhD recently under Professor Pavrala. And I'm sure she is going to talk about the Forum Theatre.
Yes. Not much.
Jan Sanskriti?
Not much today.
Okay.
Sir? Viva ho gaya. But I'm going to tell a lot of stories today. But don't worry, I'll talk some research stuff as well. I'm just taking an alternative pathway to take you all there. And so please pardon me if my alternative route takes a little more time, than what I have been allotted. So, thank you. Okay. So, out of everything that emerged from my doctoral study, concepts like hope, love, empathy, courage, and solidarity began to stand out as playing a significant and fundamental role in the social change process of Jana Sanskriti, the organization that I studied for my doctoral research. I observed that men and women were becoming empowered by watching and engaging in dialogue and debate that takes place during Forum Theatre. It's a form of theatre of the oppressed, which I studied for my doctoral research. So hope is ignited through Forum Theatre, and when this hope is combined with courage and organizational support of Jana Sanskriti, it empowers the oppressed to take alternative actions and respond differently to the oppressive situations. These elements play a key role in empowerment and liberation of the individuals and collectives, and are therefore a very important part of the social change process. At that point, I began to ask myself, what should I call these elements? Invisible factors, intangible factors, forces? Tentatively, I started calling them intangible forces. However, when I began to notice these intangibles more clearly, I felt both happy and sad. I was excited because I had found something deeply interesting and meaningful for my research. At the same time, I realized that these are serious blind spots in the field of communication for social change. These aspects are rarely discussed, seldom highlighted, and often simply ignored. Then came an important moment in 2021, the centennial celebration of Paulo Freire at the right time. I got the opportunity to participate through Vinod sir. The invitation had come to him from Professor Thomas Tufte. And since it was related to Freire, Vinod sir felt that it might be useful for me. So I participated in the online seminar, and I mostly listened. And one after the other, scholars from across the world spoke about these very concepts. That experience gave me the courage to engage seriously with these ideas in my own research. Around the same time, Vinod sir had just published his work on intangible outcomes in 2020. And he spoke about intangible outcomes, whereas at that stage, I was seeing these elements largely as inputs and process factors. So during my literature review, Vinod sir also introduced me to Boaventura de Sousa Santos's book, Epistemologies of the South, Justice Against Epistemicide. And that is when I was able to connect these intangibles, what I was seeing in the field and in my data, with some of the Santos's ideas as well. And these alternative ways of knowing and doing social change are not recognized. They're simply ignored. So this, I realize, is nothing less than epistemic injustice. While I was still mulling over these ideas, another invitation came, again from Professor Thomas Tufte, again through Vinod sir, to contribute to an article to a Latin American journal called Media Sionis, which Professor Tufte himself was editing. The theme was relevant and gave me an opportunity to write about these issues. So I took the opportunity and wrote about the role of intangibles in social change, how they are not recognized in the field of communication for social change, and how this relates to epistemic justice. Honestly, I thought I had written some bullshit. I published it and kept quiet. I only gathered the courage to send a chapter to Professor Thomas Tufte because he was editing the volume, and I informed Vinod sir that it has been published, and I don't think I even sent him the article at that point out of fear of being judged. In fact, I literally wrote in the abstract, the article, I'm quoting myself, the article advocates for unlocking unconventional ideas often suppressed within academic norms. It calls for a space that transcends the fear of disqualification, proposing a new position and role for CFSC. So Vinod sir's work on intangible outcomes, Santos's advocacy for cognitive and epistemic justice, and Paulo Freire's friends boldly speaking about love, hope, and other such intangibles gave me the courage to engage with these ideas seriously in my thesis. We had dialogues and debates, and I managed to negotiate with my supervisor, Vinod sir, to allocate a significant portion of the thesis to these intangibles. I wrote about them fearlessly and presented them during my viva, and some of those ideas I'm presenting today as well. I'm actually glad that I'm supposed to be the final speaker, but second last speaker in this seminar, because since yesterday there has been a lot of discussion on epistemic justice. So today I'm going to exercise my epistemic right and present my draft ideas without fear of being judged in the safe environment that has been created here. So I invite you to listen carefully to my deliberations on intangibles for the next few minutes, as Professor Pavarala also insists on sincere listening in his work on intangible outcomes, and listening, as argued by Mohan Datta, Vinod Pavarala, and others, to alternative and marginalized narratives disrupts dominant narratives, just like other subtle acts of resistance, such as wearing a t-shirt that says subvert the dominant paradigm. And listening then becomes the first step towards epistemic justice. So my own journey with Vinod sir began in 2015, 10 years ago. And the way I met him was nothing short of a miracle. It is a long story, and there is no time for it today, but I'll briefly say this. So one day, out of professional frustration and desperation, I Googled whether there was any project evaluating C4D. And lo and behold, there was a project called Evaluating C4D with Vinod Pavarala sir and Joe Taki, who joined us yesterday as the principal investigators. Was it a destiny? A miracle? Of course not. There is no place for such unprofessional language in professional spaces. It is still awkward in academics to talk about these things. So what do we call it? But I have had many such experiences, and I cannot simply brush them aside or pretend they do not matter. If I cannot convince people of their value by translating them into professional language and passing them through academic norms, then aren't these precisely what Santos call as waste of experiences? So for Santos, waste of experience refers to the systemic ignoring, silencing, and rendering invisible of vast human and social experiences, especially those from the global south, experiences that are not counted as valid or legitimate and therefore discarded. Yesterday, Professor Jodka sir, he's not here today, from JNU, asked about alternative ways of living a better human life. In my article, I have a section titled Other Ways of Life, Development and Social Justice, where I discuss different worldviews on development and social change. Lindsay Maniozo, contemporary critical communication scholar, critiques the spectacles of development and calls for a politically conscious deconstruction of the very concept of development. He urges a re-evaluation of development theories, practices, and training institutions, and encourages deeper engagement with the lived realities of those who are subjects of development interventions. Science, modernity, and secularism often restrict the free and comprehensive expression of diverse worldviews. If not overtly oppressive, it feels deeply suppressive sometimes in secular spaces. Instead of fostering inclusivity, they sometimes becomes exclusionary, privileging only dominant perspectives sanctioned by science and the state. For example, in Finland, there was a whole issue around the concept called laicity, which is the concept of secularism that treats all religions equal, but often ends up muting all the religious voices rather than giving space to diversity. Abhijit Pathak, a sociologist and former professor at JNU, in his 1998 book, he discussed about militant and soft secularism. He characterizes, I got this book from, I must acknowledge Nazneen, she's sitting here. Thank you for that book. He characterizes militant secularism as confrontational and exclusivist, opposed to religion in the public sphere. He distinguishes between religion as a spiritual orientation and religionism as rigid dogma, and argues that militant secularism fails to recognize the emancipatory potential of religion. He instead advocates a softer, dialogic secularism while also acknowledging its ambiguities. Within militant secularism, there is a real risk of losing valuable alternative approaches to life and development. Parallel worlds continue to operate with their own notions of justice and well-being, while dominant secular frameworks assume consensus that does not actually exist. So most people engage with secular politics only superficially. So we must ask, whom does such secularism really serve? However, this is not an argument for communalism. There is a legitimate fear that opening communicative spaces to diverse worldviews may invite fundamentalism or conflict. But fear of conflict alone is not sufficient reason to discard rich alternative knowledges and ways of life, especially when the world is restless, fractured, searching for meaning, purpose, and direction. Santos even critiques the monopoly of modern science and proposes an ecology of knowledges, recognizing the interplay between scientific and non-scientific forms of knowing. Yesterday's discussion on indigenous knowledge and Dr. Rajesh Tandon sir's reflections on spirituality reminded me that I have even discussed development as a spiritual concept in my paper. And many faith traditions understand material realities. Material realities is governed by spiritual structures. And if so, are the developmental crises we face today also spiritual crises? And if this is the case, do we even have the methodological tools to address them? In the Bible, it's written, I'm not advocating Bible here, I read it so I know it. It's written that spiritual things are discerned spiritually. It's written in 1 Corinthians. So it's a powerful epistemological statement. And as a believer who has personally witnessed spiritual manifestation, I understand this deeply. Yet there is no shared language to communicate such experiences to those who have not lived them. But the absence of a shared language does not make these experiences invalid. Santos emphasized intercultural translation as a way to challenge dominant epistemologies. To dismiss such experiences as utopian or placebo phenomena would be an act of epistemicide. Therefore, we must create spaces where suppressed voices and erased alternatives can enter into dialogue. This, I believe, is where CFSC, Communication for Social Change, has a crucial role to play, creating communicative spaces where diverse worldviews can emerge, be heard, and engage with one another safely, dialogically, and creatively. So what kind of alternative do we need then? CFSC may need to move beyond aligning with or opposing dominant development paradigms and instead facilitate the discovery of entirely new ways of imagining development. This would be a radical shift, a liberation for the field itself, perhaps. As Professor Tufte also noted yesterday, that CFSC is in transition. Communication for Social Change field is in transition, undergoing a deep philosophical and epistemological turn. My case study of Jana Sanskriti offers one small but significant example that through forum theater, they create democratic spaces where oppressed and oppressor voices coexist, debate, and transform. These spaces are not perfect. Power dynamics still persist, but they do offer possibilities for refinement and learning. So to conclude, what am I really suggesting here? I am highlighting the role of intangibles in the process of development and social change, the other ways of knowing and doing life development and social change, And I'm perhaps joining the scholars who are pushing for epistemic justice and advocating for new and important roles that CFSC as a field might have to play in this new epistemic revolution. This becomes even more urgent in a world shaped by the dangerous convergence of AI and capitalism. Recently, at a Saudi-US AI investment forum, Elon Musk and Jensen Huang, the CEO of NVIDIA, suggested that in the near future, work may become optional, with AI and machines doing most of the human labor. In such a world, intangible forces like empathy, love, compassion will become more crucial for preserving humanity in society. And in the digital age of misinformation, disinformation, deepfakes, and algorithmized life, trust may become the rarest commodity. We may need to relearn how to cultivate and preserve it for the next generations. I'm done. Scientists now openly acknowledge that AI becoming autonomous agents and surpassing human decision-making is no longer sci-fi or tech utopia. It's very much possible in the very near future. And talking about sustainability, these intangible forces are not exhaustible. Well, exhaustion is the feature of oil. It's not located in Venezuela or Iran. Intangible forces are innate and inexhaustible resources that are within us. And every human being has the capacity to love and empathize. No one needs to be taught or trained how to do this. However, what can corrupt or contaminate these capacities is still not fully understood. This is why we need more research. I found a critique, though, on empathy, Paul Bloom's book, Against Empathy, The Case for Rational Compassion, 2016. Bloom argues that empathy is an unreliable guide for decision-making and does not effectively address the social and moral problems that divide people. At the same time, he does not reject empathy entirely, acknowledging that it can still inspire acts of kindness and contribute positively to the world. So there is a lot of work to do, sir, which is why you are not retiring. You are only entering the next phase, which is this is the beginning of intangibles and epistemic justice revolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Jarna. That was really thought-provoking, and you exercised your epistemic right very well. Thank you very much for, and I really like the fact that you called them invisible, intangible. You didn't call them elements, you called them forces. That's really good. And I also like the fact that you're talking about the language and the need for the shared language to talk about them and define the intangibles. Sir, a lot of work to be done. I think you, Jarna, can take over and mentor some. She already has few ideas around. That's really good. And to the last presenter now, Bhargav is already there, but I think I need to introduce him. He's known in the department, but to all the others. He's an assistant professor currently in the communications area in IIM, Indore, Madhya Pradesh. His broader research interests fall in the overlapping areas of economics, geography and communication, and digital media studies in India and Global South. He'll be speaking on caste as a communicative infrastructure. Bhargav, you have 8 minutes.
Thanks, Chair, Dr. Subbarao, and thanks, Professor Kanchan and team for giving me this opportunity to present, and the head of the department, and Professor Satyaprakash and other faculty members in the department. It's an honor to be here. What I'm going to do is to present 1/3 of my larger confusion that deals with etiology of miscommunication, excommunication, and journalistic precarity. Those who know Professor Vinod's work, he has a whole chapter on etiologies of corruption. So yeah, this paper actually asks just it's a provocative thing that I would like to present here. Just talk about communication, community media, and journalism minus NGOization, empowerment, and development. Look at the actors. And I'm trying to ask how caste operates not just as an identity or a discrimination marker or bias, but as infrastructure shaping journalism itself, right? Less attention is given on how communication circulates and what conditions that make voices possible. Now, when I say caste as communicative infrastructure, I'm not saying caste is actually not just a background context that I would like to deal with. And I don't want to do it in that manner, or just variable shaping coverage or the representation issue. Whereas it actively structures, I argue that this access to resources, mobilities, and credibility. Two of these aspects are interlinked to caste, and mediation, exposure to risk and all in the field matter the most, which I would like to bring to the foreground, right? So the empirical context is, I'm slightly expanding. Earlier it was AP and Telangana, but I would like to, I'm just beginning in Madhya Pradesh to kind of extend my PhD dissertation and doctoral work, which I did with Professor Vinod. I was so lucky to have a trained sociologist as my guide. I'm indebted to him, and most of the reporting sites, even in Madhya Pradesh, again, I've visited Ratlam, bordering Rajasthan, Alirajpur near Gujarat, Singrauli and Chhindwara. These places I just have done some pilot work in the weekends, Aditya. I didn't tell you about this. Don't ask me why I didn't tell. Yeah. So again, Mofussil is a key space here as well, and why Mofussil matters. It's not either rural or metropolitan. We had kind of heard so many narratives from the urban context. We have even web series or like cinema coming, focusing on either rural or urban, but it's actually the intermediate space, which is a Mofussil. And I would like to focus, and it is an intermediate communicative space, I argue, where news, power, caste, and state intersect. These are such unmissable aspects whenever we talk about communication. These spaces are central to circulation of grassroots information. Right, now, one key thing about Mofussil is it's not just peripheral, it's infrastructurally central to journalism as such, whether it's television, even the platformized journalism that people have been talking about of late and very recently, and a lot of hype is surrounding that, but yet Mofussil space is very important, and stringers are there across the country, and they function as translators, mediators, Pyravikars. Of course, I've even published a paper which actually Professor Vinod hinted me at a very senior professor earlier, Professor Hargopal's work, when I was talking about this Pyravikar. And this, what essentially this slide I just want to sum up in a single sentence. They are essential to news production. Stringers are essential to news production, but structurally expendable. In a way, they are indispensable, yet disposable. Try understanding this. They make journalism possible without being fully recognized as journalists. That is a difficult thing for people to kind of, I repeat, I just want to repeat again. They make journalism possible without being fully recognized as journalists. I've been struggling to understand this and trying to theorize. In terms of professional risk and inequality, they absorb a lot of symbolic risk, precarity, moral pressure, physical vulnerability, often get lynched in some parts for writing a story, right? And the risks are individualized, nothing to do with the institution, normalized and largely invisible. Who reports about atrocities on reporters, right? Or they get invisibilized. So what the key contributions that I am trying to focus is retheorizing caste as infrastructural condition of communication, and it kind of extends journalism studies by centering everyday practice and risk. there is a certain sort of analytical shift that is happening with this work, and I just like, it's a good way to look at, how do I go back? Right? It's actually not just a story of empowerment, but I would like to look at it as a story of unequal mediation. Only certain voices get an opportunity. And who are the voices, and who remain in the silos, or who fall behind? Look at their social markers. So marginalized voices circulate through caste-structured infrastructure that unevenly distribute legitimacy and risk. And we must study these infrastructures, not just texts or ideals. This is one thing I would like to end this presentation. Can you please, Chair, let me know? Oh, great. Okay. That's with the presentation, but I would like to talk about a couple of things about Professor Vinod here. A lot of nice things. I'm going to say a nice thing as well. You have heard about his PhD scholars, but it's not all rosy. Some of us were very difficult for him. It's not tough. It's not so easy dealing with such research scholars. And yeah, Professor Vasuki, I know. You please don't point out your finger at me. Thank you. And actually, it's not many research scholars, not many research guides allow their scholars to pursue what they want to. Let me tell you, Srivani, starting with Srivani, then Sumana and I, we actually are odd persons out in his cohort. But he never rubbed his research interests on us, and in fact, in my case, he went out of his way. And I'll be out, not on one occasion, and it's not a good time also to talk about what his interventions are. And if you look at his scholars' research profile, it's varied. It's not just about one. And mind you, let me remind the chair himself, he deals with health communication. He was himself research scholar of nutrition. He's very particular, nutrition. And then Ravi Vemula was there, who was an HIV expert and later diversified. It's quite diverse. That I haven't seen in any senior professor, at least in University of Hyderabad. Thanks a lot, sir, for everything. And I would like to end with an interesting fact. Professor Vinod, I think, has invoked Brecht than his neighboring department, where he should be invoked, which is the theatre or performing studies. Right from his PhD work till the recent publication also I've seen with Aniruddha, I think, collaborator. I just have one paper with him, but Aniruddha has more. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Bhargav, for very interesting, interjections that you made. And I really think, you were not a tough student. You just brought out the voices from the margins of your heart out. That's really, that's really good. And somebody asked me why Professor Pavrala, with all his scholarship and wisdom, is confining himself to community media and radio. I said he never confined to that. We are all there, and he spread his wings so far and wide that there is, an array of things that he's worked on. Thank you very much, sir, for all the guidance, and thank you, Bhargav. I have very little time now to summarize. Kanchan is already looking at me, and others are already, and I already texted And I already texted Satya that he should be here. He is already here. Thank you all. Thank you very much. And thank you, Kanchan. Thank you, Essence School. Thanks, Satya, for inviting me here. It's always a homecoming for me here. And I also see some of our teachers, they don't remember us. Dr. Anjali, Dr. Jayashankar, many others. Dr. Usha is here, colleague, teacher, and many other ways. Sorry, I couldn't make it to your retirement function, if it is called. Thank you very much. And Manvi sir is here. Dr. Aparna is here. Very, very nice to see all of you. Thank you for the opportunity, and thank you, my dear colleagues, for your brilliant presentations and sticking to time. Annapurna, thank you very much for staying online. You're welcome to stay online further. A big round of applause for all the presenters.
Thank you. We have a small announcement. We will be sharing the seminar photographs and video recordings with all the seminar participants soon. It may take some time because the media team has to process them. I now invite Vamshi Krishna P., who is a PhD scholar at the Department of Communication, University of Hyderabad, and a member of our SPARC team, to present the vote of thanks.
Yeah. Good evening, everyone. On behalf of Department of Communication, University of Hyderabad, and the SPARC project team, it is my privilege to propose the vote of thanks for this seminar on marginalized voices, indigenous knowledge systems, and community media. Over the past 2 days, this seminar has been an enriching intellectual journey with the meaningful discussions on the themes and areas of Professor Pavarala's academic excellence in the areas of communication for social change, community media, and media research. First, we express our sincere gratitude to all the chairs, speakers, and panelists who joined us both online and in person. We thank you for sharing your insights and scholarly expertise and the linkages of your work with Professor Vinod Pavarala's academic expertise. We are grateful to SPARC, Ministry of Education, Government of India for supporting this 2-day seminar. We also acknowledge the fieldwork, travel, and collaboration that were facilitated through this SPARC project leading up to this seminar and the forthcoming publication. We extend our thanks to the Dean, Essence School of Arts and Communication, Professor M.S. Sivaraju, for his gracious presence. We also thank our head of the department, Professor Satya Prakash, for his constant encouragement and support in organizing this seminar. We appreciate the non-teaching staff of the Department of Communication for their enthusiastic technical and logistical support. We also thank Mr. Dipankar Das for arranging the meals and refreshments during the seminar. We extend our gratitude to the Essence School of Arts and Communication for providing this conference hall. We also express our heartfelt thanks to the University Guest House for the accommodation. We are also grateful to Buffalo Media and its amazing team for capturing and documenting the proceedings of this seminar. And also, I want to thank our previous PhD scholar Namita for designing these beautiful posters and the banners you see outside. And also, I want to thank our PhD scholars Adrita and also Mahi, MS student, for rapporteuring this seminar. And also, I want to thank our other PhD scholars, Pradyum and Jumana, for helping us in registration and logistical issues. Finally, we thank all the participants, professors, scholars, and students who joined us and made this seminar participatory and a fitting tribute to Professor Vinod Pavarala. With this, I once again thank everyone who played a role in making this seminar a reality. Thank you all for your presence and participation. Please join us for tea, after which we will have the felicitation session in honor of Professor Pavarala.
And a big round of applause and a big shout out for Teresa and Vamshi. Without them, we would not have been able to put this together. Thank you.